I'll be talking about the growth cycle. The growth cycle is how we grow from one version of ourselves to the next and all the stages in between. The list of experiences you see up here 1 through 8, they are mapped to the stages in the cycle. These are normal experiences that you may encounter as you grow through each stage. You will use your pattern recognition and your memory to identify the stage you're in. Once you know where you are, you know what's next because you're inside a pattern. So if you feel stuck, panic, anxious about where you are, stay for this cycle. And any of these resonates with you, type your number into the chat. I'm streaming from California, USA. It's 1:41 a.m. This is not a recording. This is a live stream. Lynn Sims 2. No energy burnout. Okay, Lynn, you might be here in the first stage. Okay, that's plateau. That's compression. You might be over here in compression, about to make a choice. And you might be in silence. Right here, the bell. So pay attention to those stages. Moni, 1 through 9. Well, there's no 9. There's 1 through 8. So if you experience all of these, okay, stay for the entire cycle. I'll be going over the growth cycle. The growth cycle is how we grow from one version of ourselves to the next. The experiences that you may encounter, these up here, 1 through 8, they are normal experiences that you may encounter throughout the cycle. Okay, this is not numerology, just FYI, everyone here, this is not numerology. This is not spiritual, not religious, not therapy, not diagnosis. This is structural reading, system thinking, pattern recognition. You use your memory and your pattern recognition skill to identify where you are. Okay, could be in life, could be in a relationship with someone. Anytime you have a feedback loop with someone, employment, situation, you may be going through a cycle with them. Connie, currently 236. No energy, don't know who you are. Okay. Not sure what's next. Okay, Connie. So if you don't know who you are, you could be right here. Okay, this is an interruption, pattern interruption of your regular loops that you've been spinning. This is compression. This is where you don't know who you are. And it's okay if you don't know who you are. Okay, we don't always have to know who we are, because once we enter the growth part, the expansion part of the cycle, you're going to learn about what your next version is. Okay, the first part of the cycle is compression. Okay, it's supposed to be uncomfortable. Just FYI, so you know what to expect. Okay, but once we get through this part, we will enter expansion mode. That is when, well, expand, learn, curiosity, growth, and you start seeing patterns. This is what this stream is about, pattern recognition. What do you mean stay for the entire cycle? Oh, Moni, I'll be going over each one of these stages, like one by one, from here, the left side, all the way to the right side. That means this is the entire cycle. Thanks for the follow, Connie. Alchemist, how to rewire a new program after getting aware of pattern behavior. Yes, Alchemist. Alchemist, you asked a great question. How do we wire new program? So think of this as a process, okay? Everything in a system is a process, a program, like you call it, a program. How you rewire your program, okay? Ask where the energy, the input, okay, into the process and the output. Input, in this case, what I'm talking about here, and you'll hear me talk about it a lot, okay? Time and energy, specifically energy. Energy is the input. Without energy, you're not doing anything. Without energy, you cannot expand, you cannot grow, okay? I'll give you an example right now. There's a technology in the world right now that's growing really, really fast, okay? And it needs a lot of energy and it's sucking up a lot of energy. And powers in the world are fighting over control of energy to fund this thing. Well, it's this technology for growth. Okay, well, no energy, no growth. And that technology is artificial intelligence. And we are intelligence and we need energy for growth. So if you're not thinking about energy, resources, you're not thinking about how you grow. Okay, if you feel like you have no energy, you're not growing. This is just physics, simple. If you're always exhausted, burned out, you're not growing. You're likely not learning. You'll be in stage 1. And I'll be going over this from the beginning. This is a group reading, okay? This is a group reading, all of us together, okay? I won't be interpreting your life, but you will be using your pattern recognition and your memory. You already have everything you need, your memory. You just need to access it, okay? So that's what we'll be doing in the next, I would say, 2 hours. So grab a drink, get comfortable, because we're going on a tour into your memory. And you'll be remembering how you solve problems, how you overcame past cycles, challenges, how you move through change, how you love, work, live, handle rejection, failures, handle success. So we'll be going over that. I'm going to repeat myself one more time and look at the comments, then I'll get started. So let's see. I'll be going over the growth cycle together. This is a group reading. Okay, we start together. How we grow from one version of ourselves to the next. All the stages in between here. Okay? The experiences you see up here, 1 through 8, you may encounter them throughout the stages in the cycle. They are normal experiences. Okay, there's nothing wrong with feeling them. You're not broken, not malfunctioning, just growing. Okay, just growing, evolving, adapting, increasing capacity to meet your potential. Next version. And that's how you meet your potential. Okay. Oh, drop your number into the chat. Anytime you share your number, there are a lot of people who are observing this live stream. Anytime they see a number that's theirs, you make them feel less lonely and less crazy. This experience here is not supposed to be fun. Well, at least the first part of it, in compression. It's uncomfortable. That's why we'll be going over this together. And then the fun part, exciting part, the growth part, expansion. You see the rocket ship here? Rocket ship. Party time. Wakey bakey. You're at the moment here, pinning your message, at the moment here you to leave your boyfriend. Okay, if you are disconnecting from a pattern, that's what wakey bakey is doing. Okay, leave a relationship, breaking a feedback loop, interrupting a pattern. Okay, you are disconnecting. You stop feeding energy into that pattern. Miss Kryptonia, welcome back. Good morning to you. Sherry, welcome back. So many of you came back. Juniors, thanks for joining my club. Welcome back. So many of you came back. Thank you so much. I did a fans Q&A earlier, so if you didn't catch that, I'll do that again next week. But I'm about to get started now. Before I get started, a few things. Sign up for my email list. So what I added to the email list sign up is that you get an image of this background here with the names of the stages, sent to you as soon as you sign up, so you can watch it, follow as I go over the stages. And if you are the first timer, or came back to support me, because I only started doing this 3 weeks ago, I had to overcome my fear of speaking 1 month ago. But anyways, I have many supporters in this time zone. So if you're confused about what I'm talking about here, read the first pin post, the life guide, and you can learn about what I'm talking about here. So, all right, let's get started. This right here, okay, we don't stop growing when we reach adulthood. Okay, we might stop growing like physically in size, but mentally we continue to grow. In fact, we grow more intensely. Okay, so those of you who've been through this cycle many times, you know what I'm talking about. Most of these experiences here would be familiar to you. This would not be new. Okay, this would not be new. It would be familiar to you. And your experience, okay, and your knowledge going through this cycle can help others in the comments. Some of us might be going through this for the very first time consciously. Okay, consciously. You might even start to realize that you're going through this because no one taught us. No one taught us this. We're taught to memorize text in school, okay? But we're not taught how to problem solve our own life. And that's what we're doing here. You go through this cycle with me just with this one time, you will learn something about yourself. Well, learn as in remember something about yourself. So 3 things we'll be doing together as a group. This is a group reading. Okay. 1, you will find where you are in this cycle. Number 1. Once you know where you are, you know what's next, because this is a pattern. Okay, a cycle repeats, just like a pattern repeats. 2nd, okay, you start remembering your growth pattern. Your growth pattern is how you survived past cycles, is how you problem solve, is how you move through change and challenges from one version of you to the next version. Okay? How you love, live, work, handle rejections, failure, and success. All of those, if you remember, you can apply those patterns to the current cycle and move through it faster. Okay, now how long you stay in each cycle, that's what I'll be going over one by one. So if you feel stuck somewhere, I don't know where you are, but you will know. Okay, if you are panicking about something, feeling uncertain, anxious about something, what's coming next, stay. 3rd thing we'll do together, especially at the door, right here at the door. You see this emoji? You are making choices here, and it's really important that you know the few things that I'll cover. 4 things, 4 concepts I'll cover here at the door as you choose. Sacrifice, surrender, regret, fear. Okay? So if you're making big changes right now, or you're seeing choices under pressure to make a choice, you want to stay for that. So before we cross walk through the door together, I'll be doing 2 simple exercises together. First, exercise will stabilize, okay, your growth, stabilize your system, specifically your nervous system. You'll hear me talk a lot about your nervous system. Your nervous system is your autonomous life support system, okay? Life support. Without it, you wouldn't be watching this. That is the system that helped you survive. It's like a rocket ship right here, and I'll talk about that as we get started. So that's the first exercise, stabilize, okay, our system. Second exercise, regenerate. Regenerate a little bit of energy. That's all you need, okay? Bio system, human system, we eat food, we regenerate energy. Okay, we're not a phone. We don't plug in and then get charged up. We regenerate. That's why we are special. Okay? And then we use that energy to build things, create our world, create our realities. Right? And just one more thing. I just started doing this a few weeks ago. So to train the algorithm, if anything I say resonate with you or any of these resonate with you, engage either through comments or tap on the screen. That will train the algorithm, the feedback loop that we have with this app, that this, spread it to more people. Okay, thank you so much, everyone. We always start from a stable version of ourselves. Okay, always stable. It has to be stable for things to build upon. Okay. Oh, I forgot. Just in case you're curious about my background, I'll mention it really quickly in case you didn't read the live guide. My background is in math, logic, computer science, and engineering, systems thinking. So all of these I'm talking about here, okay, pattern recognition, discernment, and system thinking. So if you wonder if this is numerology, this is not numerology, not spiritual, not religious. This is system thinking. And if any time something doesn't connect the dots or doesn't make sense to you, drop it in the comment. I'll be reading these comments. Kian, you have been so tired, sleep during the day and have okay. Kiani, for anyone of you who feel like you have no energy, burnt out, like you, it doesn't matter if you are in bed all day, do absolutely nothing, and still feel exhausted, you might be here in compression. Okay, compression. Also, you can sign up for my email list. You will get immediately. You will get a background screenshot like this, but with the names of the stages to help you through as I talk about this. Okay, so we always start out from a stable version of ourselves. The first stage in the cycle, okay, it goes like this. You wake up, you get ready. If you have a job, you commute to work. You do your to-do list. You may have lunch by yourself or with coworkers. Okay, whatever that you do, checkbox those to-dos. Okay. We human beings, we like to close loop, so we have to checkbox to-do items. If you're a parent, you wake up early, you dress your kids, you feed them, you take them to school, you take care of loved ones, family members, those who need your care. Okay? You do whatever the to-do list that you have. If you're retired, congratulations. You have all day to think about what your to-do list is. Okay, maybe a hobby, maybe spending time traveling, whatever it is, you are taking care of that list of things. You come home, you have dinner, you scroll on social media, you go to bed. You sleep, you wake up, and you repeat. You do the same thing again. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, weekend. Happy Sunday is 2 a.m. California, USA, Pacific time. Oh, drop where you are in the world and time and your time, local time, so I know where you're from. I read all the comments just so you know. If this is you, you're just looping. You're just looping. You're in stage one. It's called plateau. This right here is called plateau. Same people, same conversations, same situations, same feelings. You're not learning and you're not growing. Okay, that's why it's called plateau. And there's nothing wrong with that. There is absolutely nothing wrong with that because we always start out from the loops, same patterns, same loops. Okay, so if you have no energy or you feel burned out, you're very likely working really hard. Okay, you're working really hard, pushing hard, hustling, grinding, either at work or with a relationship or taking care of loved ones. You spend all of your energy into the patterns, your loops, your relationship, your feedback loops. Okay? You're feeding energy into these loops, but they're not generating meaning. They're not generating energy back to you. It's like you text someone and they don't text back. So you spend energy, but you're not getting energy back. Attention is energy. So you're not getting attention or energy back. So when you don't get anything back from a feedback loop, from a pattern, from a relationship, from a job, that loop is not alive. Okay? That loop is not alive. The loop is alive when there's movement, there's exchange of data, attention, energy between you and that person, that relationship, that job. If you're working really hard and you're not getting recognition or rewards, okay, you don't feel alive in that job. If you're texting someone, you give your attention, your care, your love to them, and nothing is returning back to you, okay, you are spending energy running those loops. That's why you're tired, burned out. Just notice. Think about last time you were looping. For those of you who are not looping right now, okay, you might be in these stages over here, but for those of you who are looping right here, okay, if you want change, okay, if you are sitting there looping like I was looping, but you know you are here for more, that you are more, you have potential here, that you know it, you can feel it, but not reaching there yet, okay? And the energy in you is screaming out into the void. Okay? Well, stay here with me. Stay here with me. You're going to learn how to move forward. Well, you remember, I'm just showing you that you can. Okay? Because that was me. And everyone starts off in this stage, plateau. Here, you ask, what is the meaning of life? Thank you so much for the hat. What is my purpose? What am I doing here? I've heard that so many times from so many of my friends, colleagues, neighbors, people that I see around the city. So many of us ask that. You're looping, okay? Nothing wrong with it. Again, nothing wrong with it. But here's the thing. If you know you are here for more and you have potential that you want to reach, you want to reach it. And how you reach it is you need to keep moving forward. Because why? This version right here is the potential. The version with that potential toward the version that you want to become. And you only you Let me start again. You will see this version when you see a change, a interruption to your existing patterns. Okay, your existing patterns, your loops, this stage right here. Okay, to get this change. So if you're looping and you want change, for those of you, you need to give permission to receive change opportunities. This is a system we are in. Reality is a system. A system respects consent. There's a consent protocol. Just like spammers, just like how you sign up for my email. I can't send you email if you don't give me permission, consent for me to send emails to you. That's life. Life is a system. So you ask for change. That's it. You give permission to receive change. You have to initiate it. Okay? So if you want change, type change into the comments. Oh, so many of you. Yes, 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 yes. Yes. AC, welcome back. Cougar Dolls, welcome back. Special talk, yes. BML. Juniors, thanks for the heart. Ta, thank you for the lightning emoji. What? What is that? Charge me up. Yes. Sakina, a musbed. Dash. Welcome back. If for my fan in the fan clubs, if you came back, make sure you stay active. Oh, thank you. That's so cute. I think it's the rose or something that keeps you active. It increases the number of my fan club. Okay. Yes, you give permission. Oh, yes. First Easter Bunny. Thank you so much. This change, okay, this stage right here is called pattern interruption. This is the trigger event that kicks you out of your existing loops. Okay, this is the trigger event that starts the growth cycle. So it's important that you get it. And if you don't get one, give permission, give consent to receive it. Okay. All right. Right here, okay, this pattern interruption feels like this, a heartbreak. Okay, you broke up with someone, a relationship disconnecting, okay? A job change, something happened at work. Something happened at work. You lost someone. You lost someone. They're never coming back. Grief. Okay? Betrayal. Betrayal. Not all sad stuff. Okay? This is fun stuff too. You fell in love. You met someone. You moved to a new city. A new opportunity. You met a stranger on the bus, and the conversation, thanks for that octopus, that jellyfish. You had a conversation, okay, that changed your perspective. A book, okay, an insight. You had an insight, maybe a dream. You woke up from a dream, literally a dream, okay, that lead you to the next version. When you see this change, okay, you start seeing a glimpse of your next version. You don't have to know what it is yet. You don't have to, because you learn all about it in expansion. But first, in the first part of the cycle, you have to disconnect from your existing loops so you can reconnect, make new connections over here in expansion. You have to compress before you expand. Okay? You have to shrink before you grow. It's physics. So people say you have to be uncomfortable. You have to go out of your comfort zone in order to grow. And it's true. We always have to experience that struggle before we grow, because that struggle is it's not just a test or a lesson. It's stress testing. It's like a rocket ship. We are like the rocket ship. Your body, your mind, it's not just your brain, okay? It's not just your brain, not just your heart. It's your entire body system as one, like the rocket ship. It's not just a computer on board. It's not just the GPS system. It's also the engine. And also what makes it move? Fuel. It needs fuel. What is fuel? Energy. If you have no energy, I mentioned earlier, if you have no energy, there's no growth. You won't grow. That's why people fighting apply this at the world scale. This cycle here is not just micro. This is macro at any scale. At the world level, okay? Anytime when there's peace, okay, some trigger event that divides the world into two, conflict, opposition, and then growth. This is history. Those of you who've been through history, those of you have been around, okay? And I mean been around since maybe World War II. Very few of you are still here. If you are here in the room, okay, your knowledge and experience can help others, okay? Very valuable. The data that you've been carrying in you, all of us has a memory bank. A system has a memory bank, just like your phone, on device memory. And it can also connect to the cloud. Okay, just because we don't see the data exchanging, the cloud exists over there with memory. Okay. For those of you, okay, who have lost something during this pattern interruption, okay, right here, you have lost identity. You have lost identity if you only have one identity and you've lost it, a relationship, a job, a situation, okay, you would feel like you don't know who you are anymore because you lost the only identity you have. And here's something interesting. There was a security conference across the street from me that happens every year. Okay, most of the conference goers have multiple identities. They have multiple passports. They have multiple professions. They have multiple names, social media accounts, phone numbers. Isn't that interesting? Well, you know what? When you have multiple identities and you lose one, you still have others to fall back on. So if you've lost something, disconnecting from those loops, you ask, who am I? This is where you ask, who am I? Who am I without a title? Who am I if I'm not a parent anymore, like your kids went to college? Okay? Who am I if I have no one to love? That's when you start asking, who am I? Okay, that is when you start to see your next version. Okay? It starts to, you can hear, you can feel it. You don't know what it is yet. You might not know. Okay, many of us we don't have to know your destiny to be moving forward. Don't wait until you know your destiny before you do anything. Okay? Not many of us, when we were babies, 3 months old, 6 months old, and knew that we would be Olympians, okay? Olympic athletes by the time we're 16. No. Maybe their parents know. We don't know. Okay, don't wait until you know your destiny. Because this cycle is not one time. It goes over and over again. Until every time we do this, we evolve, we change, we overcome challenges, we grow in capacity. Okay, we grow in capacity to meet every capacity that we add to it is how we reach our potential. And how do you do that? That's what I'm talking about here. Your rocket ship, okay? It's your system, your body is the spacecraft. The brain, the processing unit, the heart, the GPS system, okay? Your body, the actual physical vessel, container, shell, vehicle that navigates the entire system, the engine, the fuel, our emotions, okay? Work as one. It's not just one piece. It's the whole system moving together, working together. So when you increase the capacity of your system, especially your nervous system, if your nervous system, your survival system, your life support system says, no, I cannot survive the next stage, you won't move. Simple as that. Just like the rocket ship. If you're building rocket ships, okay, to go out space, and your rocket ship explodes or collapses once it gets out of the atmosphere, okay, your rocket ship is not ready to take human beings out there. And if it's out there, but the inside doesn't have life support to support human life, then it's just a remote control vehicle. It doesn't have human life in it, right? So what SpaceX, okay, building rocket ships, what do? Okay, they test, right? They stress test the rocket ships, lots of it, to make sure it can survive out there. If it doesn't survive out there, it won't send the ship out there, and that's you. So if you ask me, well, how do you move forward? Number one, your survival system, your life support system needs to say yes. Think of it like running a marathon, okay? Running a marathon. You don't run a marathon on day one. You increase the capacity. A marathon is just, it's mental, right? You have to mentally get ready. You have to emotionally get ready. What if you're injured? You got injured. You have to handle emotional aspect of running a marathon. It's not easy to run a marathon, but you can do it. You can. First day, you run for 1 minute. Second day, 2 minutes. Third day, 3 minutes, until your entire system can run and survive the marathon. Okay. Now, if you remember your growth pattern is how you survived past cycles. It's how you problem solve. Okay. It's how you figure things out, how you move through challenge. Okay. You can move faster. Time is a finite resource. Okay. Tick, gone. Yes, we can regenerate energy. Energy is the second most important resource we have. We can regenerate energy. We eat food, but before we eat the food, we have to work to buy the food. We have to cook the food. Then we eat it. Then we rest. We let it metabolize. Then we regenerate. So regeneration takes time. So now you start to make that connection. Okay, using your pattern recognition, you start to making connection as in how you can start moving. Okay, that means you can start training your system. Now, today, you're not stuck. Not forever, not stuck. No. Just need to do it bit by bit. Increase capacity. And I'll share other examples of what I mean by increased capacity. But what you need to know now is that stress testing. Okay, that's why you feel pressure in compression. Okay, we're moving into the next stage. This stage right here in the cycle is compression. But before we move, okay, for those of you who have lost a relationship, a job, a anything, type loss into the comments. So good to see so many of you back. Solaveri, thanks for the rose. The truth, thanks for the rose. Amo speed. Kiani. Oh, that was from you, the coral. Thank you. Cougar, thanks for the pump up. Biplo, welcome back. So many of you. Yeah, that okay. You know what? For those of you who've lost, thanks for the follows. For those of you who lost something here, okay, you can see this as a punishment or an opportunity. Punishment or opportunity. Yeah. Okay. So now you ask, who am I? You start to see the next version of yourself emerging. You're moving into compression. This stage here is called compression. You see the two directions right here, the arrows pointing two directions? Yeah. You're being pulled into two directions because you have two versions of you now. Okay? For those of you who just joined, okay, if you're confused about what I'm talking about here, look at the life guide pin post on my page. I'm talking about the growth cycle. The experiences you see up here, they're normal part of the growth, of the growing. We do this many, many times. These are normal. Okay? So you see two versions of yourself, two voices talking to you. Okay? This tension being pulled in two directions. Those of you who feel like you're between two lives and realities, okay? Two lives and realities, you're right here. You're right here in compression. And I'll explain why. I'm going to catch up on some messages. May, Uni 99, welcome back. You're in level 8, pattern recognition. Is that level 8? So good to see so many of you back. I started going live 3 weeks ago doing this time zone, this time right here. And then I switched to earlier, so I stopped seeing many of you. But oh, McQueen, welcome back. Yes. It's 222 here. I just saw that too. Ame, I just saw it is 222. The choice is not might to bear, no changing or switching up, not possible. Choices. We'll be talking about choices next at the door. We're in compression right now. So for those of you who joined and want to follow along, check out the pin post I have called Life Guide, and you can also sign up for my email list. The link is in my bio link. When you sign up for my email list, you get a image of this background with the names of the stages on it, so you can download it right away and follow as we go through this tour together. Michael Corpening, understood. Good. Johnny, number 8. Many of you are number 8. So number 8, okay, noticing patterns, synchronicities, repeating numbers, like 222, someone just mentioned. You are here. Pattern recognition is important that you see patterns during your growth phase. Okay, doing growth, and I'll talk about why if you stay. But here's a little something to keep you interested and curious. Our brain highlights what's important for us to see. It comes back. As in it keeps highlighting it. okay? Because the brain, the system, our system needs the information there. So it points. Those aren't just patterns. They are keys. They're keys, okay? And I'll talk about why as we go into the expansion phase. So compression. It feels like this, compression. That game tug of war where two teams of people being pulled like from two different sides, except you are the two teams. You are on both teams. You are the two teams and you're in the middle too. So you're pulling out, you're spending a lot of energy, okay? Pulling, okay? Holding yourself together, holding together, being pulled into two opposite directions. That's why you can do absolutely nothing, okay, in bed all day, do nothing, and still feel exhausted because you are spending a lot of energy holding yourself together from being torn apart. You're spending energy running two sets of loops, okay, loops from this version and loops from that version. If you're in compression, make sure you recover, make sure you rest. I know at this point, rest might not help, but you've got to start like taking care of your body. Eat food, nutritious food, not just any food, but food your body craves. Okay, Dr. Ferris, thanks for sharing my live stream, people. Tay, you don't sleep. Well, you need to sleep. You have to try. I'll be doing a couple of exercises here, okay, at the door that can help you relax. Many of you came back to tell me that it helps you sleep, or this live stream helps you sleep for some reason. So I'm happy to hear that, but make sure you engage with the stream so it sends out to more people. 7 and 8, many of you are in the growth part of this cycle. So I'm going to hurry up so we can get to the growth part because many of you seems like are here. Will you do this live again later today? I'm going to try and sleep. Sin. Yes, I will be doing this again later today. I'm hoping to do this maybe like 12 hours from now. I'm trying to catch like different time zones. I'm doing this every day. And I've been experimenting with different time zones. Thea Portnoy, you go by too much and you have trouble with sleeping. So here's the thing, for those of you who can't sleep, when you close your eyes, your brain starts to like fire up, become active. Okay, that's yeah, I was there before. Oh yes, I was there before. This is where your system, okay, trying to solve problems. You're looping on something, trying to resolve a loop, a problem that you're thinking on. I'll continue. I can go into this, but I want to keep moving forward. Like, let's keep moving forward. And I'll start answering questions after I complete the cycle. So you will have opportunity to ask. But for those who can't sleep, yeah, for those of you who can't sleep, there's a reason you can't sleep. Sienna Smith, welcome back, Sienna Smith. Do you believe our nervous system is running our reality? I'm pinning your message. Sienna Smith, great question. Our nervous system is our life support system. Life support means we don't exist if we don't have life support, if we are not alive. So that is the bare minimum. So it has a lot of say, but we can override. We can override our system. Yes, we can. Not everyone is aware that we can override it. And I'm getting into that actually, Sienna Smith. I don't know if you were here when I talk about reality, okay, how we control our reality and the connections with that. And let me get into that now, since I'm talking about compression. Stay here, Sienna Smith. I'm going to go into that now. Okay. So you hear a lot about people say, oh, reality is a frequency. Okay. I'm vibrating at a frequency. Okay. What do they mean by that? Have you ever thought about that? It sounds nice and true. Okay. But what's the connection? Like, is it abstract? How is it connected to like you? Okay. Let's ground it. For me, things have to make sense. It doesn't always have to logically make sense, but it has to somatically as well, like emotional, brain, heart, one system makes sense. For a very long time, when people say, "Oh, they're vibrating at a frequency," they're increasing in frequency or something like that, I didn't understand what they were talking about. The frequency is not just a number. You don't just vibrate at a number. A frequency is timing. Okay, frequency is timing. Our nervous system, our broadcast, our yes, oh, but yes, I'm pinning your message, Sienna Smith. Frequency is timing. It's a beat. Okay, it's a rhythm. A beat. Okay, that's the beat. All of our loops and patterns beat to it. That's the beat, the dominant frequency. Dominant beat, if you want to call it. Okay, dominant beat. All of your loops, okay, beat to it. You know those ancient folks, ancient teachings, every culture, advanced civilization that survived the knowledge, they always talk about the esoteric teaching, wisdom, sacred knowledge, gated information, okay, cryptic stuff, okay, hard to understand but sounds really true. And then next to it, the manuals for how to breathe, the manuals for how to move, breathing and moving. Why? That's reality navigation. Why breathing? Why breathing is important? I didn't know. No one told me. Well, number one, we're alive because we're breathing, right? When you override your system, your nervous system, okay? Yes, you can override it. We'll do an exercise here at the door. When you override your system, your breathing, when you're hungry, your nervous system tells you, eat. You're hungry. We need food. We need fuel. When you're tired, it tells you you need to sleep, rest. So you can dream. You can like do the heavy lifting processing when you're asleep. Okay, breathing is taken care of, but we can override it. We can override the timing of the breathing. Okay, frequency, timing. When you control your dominant frequency, and I'm pointing right here, your dominant frequency, your dominant beat is not abstract, it's not out there, it's not external, it's in here. And no one told me this. People talk about their frequencies, but they never mention the connection. So I don't know if they actually understand, but that doesn't matter because you're hearing this from me now. Is your dominant frequency, your heartbeat, okay? Your heartbeat, all of your loops, your patterns, your rhythm, your timing, beat to it. There's only one beat that's important in your life. That is inside of you, your heartbeat. All of us has our own unique heartbeat. So now guess what? If you control your dominant beat, you override your nervous system, the breathing, the timing of it, you control your heartbeat, you control the frequency, you control your reality. Okay? Okay? Dot, 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 connect, connect. Right? Now, when you see the next version of you, you don't have to know what it is, but you can hear it. Another beat is beating now, okay? Could be faster, could be slower. That's why sometimes you're in compression, it feels like time goes faster or slower, faster, slower, because you're hearing two beats, two timings, two rhythms, and you're asking, which one do I listen to? Think of it like a song. You've been playing this song over here, okay? Now you start hearing another song. And what happens when you like the song? You move to it, okay? So you start forming patterns, loops, that beat to the frequency, your heartbeat that you're adjusting to. Your heartbeat, okay? That's your nervous system, right? Your heartbeat, that is your beat. So when you increase in capacity, when you increase the capacity of your entire system, that includes your nervous system, it changes, right? It slowly moves. Okay, if this resonates with you, tap, 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 train the algorithm. I talk about reality a lot, and reality is a system, okay? Every system has a feedback loop, is a feedback loop, okay? Cybernetic. Cybernetic is a fancy word for feedback loop, and I'll go into that. Sienna Smith, did you? I'm reading, catching up on some comments now. Parasympathetic nervous system, also somatic nervous system. Yep. Focus on what you can control. Yes, Boston Blonde, and you can control. You can override your breathing, the timing of it. And it's very simple too, super simple to do. We'll be doing that together. Ooh, what was that? Thank you. Nancy. Manifesting, that's what that animation was. That was manifesting. Journey past. Thank you, Tay. And the dolphins. Niche by Nilem. Every time I have ascension symptoms, I go through a phase where I continuously hear my yes, yeah, maybe vibrating, maybe some vibration that you actually feel under the skin, the entire system, like electricity maybe. But anyways, I want to keep moving. Thanks. So many great questions. Oh, I can go off, but now you know you're in compression. It's the pressure, the tension, the pressure, okay? It's stress testing you. You're being stress tested, like the rocket ship being stress tested, okay? Our system, the entire system, okay, is adaptive, okay? Adaptive intelligence, that's what we are. We adapt to our environment. We are not rigid. And through stress testing, we increase in capacity bit by bit. So if you're in compression, you feel the pressure, the tension, okay? So make sure you rest if you're over here in this stage. Rest, eat food, take care of your body. mental, okay, emotional, and the nervous system. Physical, okay, as well as mental and emotional. Because if you don't, and I'll tell why, you can break. You can break. Now, I'm going to go over the 4 concepts that I mentioned as we approach the door, because we are approaching the door now. How many of you, let's do a poll, how many of you type me if you feel like you are in compression, like you are being pressure squeezed, spending a lot of energy, like holding it together, like the pressure, if that's you and you are about to, you feel like you have to make a decision, you feel like the urge, like there's momentum, you're moving towards somewhere, like the wheels on your car, like going really, really fast, but you're just stationary. So many of you, Boston Blonde, you don't understand, but you needed this. Oh, thank you. Boston Blonde, make sure you follow me. For those of you who join, make sure you follow me so you can start this group tour from the beginning, because we're just got started here. But do stay and listen. Come back as many times as you need to so you can absorb this. Many of you came back, told me that throughout the day, you start like seeing patterns because you remember what you heard here and start tweaking in real time. It's so important that you know your patterns. Okay? It's so important that you know your patterns. Here's why. Other people, okay, others, if they know your patterns, they can tweak and influence your patterns. If you feel off, you have to ask, why are your patterns feel off? The system. Number 1, so you start noticing. This is not paranoia. You don't need to paranoid about it. Just start noticing. Okay? If you know your patterns, you can tweak your own patterns. You can optimize your own patterns. That's why, okay, you want to be aware of your patterns. Okay? Especially when you tell someone your role, what are your title, your job title, your role. Okay, if you tell them you are have a 9 to 5 job, they know your schedule. They know when you might be home. If you're an engineer, they know you might work from home and you are in front of the computer a lot. They know something about you. If they know you're a parent, they know you have dependents that you love and you want to protect, family members that you take care of. Okay, you don't have to share everything. Okay, just, don't need to be paranoid, but you just need to be aware what you're sharing and know your patterns. So you know when they're different, you know when influences around you. That's all. Pattern recognition. This is what this live stream is about. Discernment. You guys are awesome. You guys have so many good questions. I so want to answer all of them. Oh, I see, Boston Blonde. You said you don't understand why people try to stop other people from ascending. See, that's the thing. We all have our own paths. Okay, we need to worry about our own paths, not others. If you can't control your own spacecraft, why are you controlling other people's spacecraft? Control your own spacecraft first. Chestnut Boston. What is that? Okay. Are you saying people can observe your patterns and stop you? They can influence you, sin. That's what I'm saying. If they can try and stop you, but there's a reason why in so many, okay. All right, you're in compression. 4 things I want to go over really fast, okay? I want to go through this fast, because many of you talk about how I would spend like 4 to 5 hours, like long, immersive deep dive of this cycle, but I'm going this fast so I can answer questions like at the end, okay? So four things that I want to go over. Sacrifice, surrender, regret, and fear, especially when we're approaching the door. The door is where we make decisions, choices. So drop into the chat if you are facing a choice. You have to make a choice. There's some life-changing, a small choice that you are facing that you have to make right now. Type choice into the chat. Okay, or door, type door. Door, choice, me. Okay, if you're at the door, okay, type door. Door, many of you. Yeah, we are always making choices. And why we make choices, those of you who talk about quantum jumping, timeline shifting, switching realities, okay, those of you need to know why making choices is important. Well, all of us need to know. So a few things. There are 2 groups of us, major groups, dominant groups in this room. And by the way, all of us are going through this, all of us in one of these stages, okay? And the experiences up here, they're normal experiences that we may encounter as we move through. It's important. 2 groups, okay? 2 groups. Over here, brain heavy, analytical. Okay, you like to think, maybe perhaps overthinking too much. Maybe that's why you can't sleep, okay? Over and over again. You want to, before you make the decision, you want to think through all the strategies, scenarios, cost and benefits analysis. You know, you want that perfect moment before you make that choice. Okay, that's the brain side. The over here, the gut dominant, okay? Gut feeling, gut instinct, first impression, okay? You make that decision fast. Not rushing it though, just fast, okay? However, instead of overthinking, spending a lot of energy overthinking, you spend the energy testing, okay? Small actions, small movement, testing. If something doesn't go in the right direction, no big deal. You try something else, okay? So if you're the brain dominant, type brain into the chat. If you are gut dominant, type gut. Yes, you can be both. Yes, you can be both. You can be left, right brain. That's where, but it's dominant, okay? You can be brain in a certain situation, or you can be gut dominant in another situation. But here's the thing. Start remembering. Reach into your memory. Start remembering how you make decisions. It's neither good or bad. Neither good or bad, right or wrong. No judgment here. Because this is how we make decisions, how you make decisions. Start remembering it, okay? This is about a few things here. For those who joined this stream just now, 3 things we're doing here. First, okay, you find yourself in the growth cycle. That's what we're going through one by one now. Okay, sign up for my emailing list. It's a link in my bio so you can get the background and the name of the stages. Follow along. Check out the life guide post on my account. Okay, know where you are. Then you know what comes next, because this is a pattern. A pattern. So when you know the pattern, you know what comes next. Okay. 2, remember your growth pattern. Your growth pattern is how you survived past cycles. It's how you problem solve, how you move through change. Okay. if you remember how you solved past struggles, you can apply that pattern in your current cycle and move out faster. Okay? That's what we're doing here. Third thing we're doing. We'll be doing a couple of exercises very soon here at the door. It will stabilize your system. Okay, it's important that you stabilize your system, you override your breathing. Very simple stuff. Once your system is stabilized, you can think, feel, do. That's how you move through reality. That's how you navigate. If you're in panic mode, if you're anxious, you can't think. If you can't think, you can't feel. If you can't feel, you can't do. Then you can't move. So if you feel stuck, stay for the exercise, at least for the exercise. Okay. Let's see. Many of you are at the door, and many of you are both. Okay, good. Lots of good. Boston Blonde, you could fall asleep to this. Oh, thank you so much. Many of you, in fact, let me know that you fall asleep to this and then you wake up to this. It's like, wait, what? Christy, yes, this is language. This is really just language. You already know this. I'm not giving you new information. I'm just helping you remember. I'm helping you remember your own capabilities. It's there. Okay? Your potential is not reached. Well, why? Our potential is unlimited. Unlimited. What we're doing is we're always reaching, increasing capacity of our system, like the spacecraft. We have to stress test, increasing capacity, so we can one step at a time reach our potential. Okay? You can do it now. You can train your nervous system. Now, today, you're not stuck. Okay? What if I have all of them going through at once? Yeah. So, Love 365. These here, okay? One of these cycle, okay, when you are in a feedback loop, in a relationship with someone, relationship with work, relationship with a situation, you're going through a cycle with them. For example, you are in a relationship with someone and you're feeling under pressure to make a decision. Okay, you are at work and they promoted you. And now you're in expansion, you're learning and growing. Okay, so it can be nested. Multiple of these can be happening. So you can feel like you are feeling all of them. But here's the thing. It doesn't matter which cycle. There's a theme in your life. So here, the pattern interruptions, right here. The last few times, just remember, just think, reach into your memory. The last few times when your life took a turn, the turning points in your life, okay, they form a theme. There's a theme in your life. Yes, you've been feeling it, now you heard it from me. There's a theme in your life. Okay. You slowly remember. You will slowly remember. Okay. Here, compression. The two groups of you, how you make decisions. Okay. There's a third group. Okay, and it's about fear. Third group, and I'll talk about that last. But anyways, first, three things you can do when you're at the door. I'm talking about. So if you're making choices now, please just stay for this one thing. 3 things you can do when you're at the door. First, you go back and loop the same way. Going back is not weakness. Going back, number one, 2 things here. Number one, your nervous system, like your entire system, cannot survive the next stage. So it won't go. It's not ready. That's it. Start training your nervous system to increase in capacity so you can walk through that door. Okay. Second, this could be sacrifice. You may be sacrificing your own growth so other people can grow. Sacrifice is honor, is duty, is a form of love. Okay? Others are dependent on you to loop the same way, to be at the job that you are at so you can continue to provide, to support them so they can grow while you stay and loop the same way. Okay? Honor, duty, sacrifice, an expression of love. If those of you who have sacrificed or currently sacrificing your own growth so others can grow, type me into the chat. Niche, already on this spiritual journey, just need guidance. Okay, well, Niche, I'm not a guru. I'm not a teacher. I'm just someone who sees patterns. And I developed this model, is one model out of many, many out there. This is just my model that I developed while I was in management, promoted into management, built engineering teams, train higher engineers, and this is what I use to train engineers and anyone in high stress environment. Once you remember, okay, your own pattern, your life theme, how you solved problems before, you can figure this out. Okay? You don't need other people to tell you how to fix it. You remember how to. This is what we're doing. Okay? If you're looking for guidance, this is not therapy. FYI, guys. This is not therapy. This is system thinking. This is a process that I'm walking you through. That's why it's a tour. And I hope you're enjoying it. You remember, you find where you are, where you're stuck. Okay? So you know where you're going next. Start preparing yourself. Right now, you can do that right now. Increasing capacity. Remember your pattern, how you love, live, work, handle rejection, recover from failure, handle success. Many of you. How many of you, anytime something good happened in your life, okay, about to happen, like you almost reach success, and then you mess it up, okay? There's a reason for it. There's a reason for it. It's not because you're not smart enough, not because you're not capable enough. It's not because you're missing anything. It's because your nervous system tells you, hey, I'm not going to survive this for whatever reason. It could be fear of the unknown at the door. That's what I'm talking about next. Fear, okay? One major factor. But anyways, your nervous system says, no, I don't have the capacity to hold success. I don't have the capacity to hold this love. And if it doesn't have the capacity, just like the rocket ship, if the rocket ship doesn't survive in space, number one, if it doesn't have the life support to support human life inside, if it doesn't have the engine to move around space, it's not going to go out there. It won't survive. Minimum requirement. Okay. So, if you're still here, you are there for work, not those people. Let it be. You're there for the work. Yeah. Unfortunately, Love 365, pinning your message, that is the reality. You're there to, in exchange, you give them the feedback loop you have with your work. You give them your attention, your energy, right? They give you in exchange a paycheck, right? A reward, some recognition, something is exchanging. But you know that exchange doesn't generate meaning. It doesn't generate meaning for you. That's why you ask. You're not happy. You're not satisfied because there's no meaning generated. So back, okay, one way, loop back, sacrifice. Okay, honor, duty, form of love, so other people can grow. Okay. Now, second movement you can do at the door is you just walk through it. And how do you walk through it? You've been holding on to this version, running the loops, holding on. Okay? Let go. Let go. It's surrender. Surrender is not weakness. Surrender is not giving up. Here, surrender is strategic. Strategic. Why? When you let go, okay, you stop spending energy running these loops that don't generate meaning, energy, attention back to you. Okay, you need to save that energy for expansion. Every drop of energy is fuel your rocket ship needs to take off. Without energy, you won't grow. You will just be stuck. Even though mentally, emotionally, and physically you're ready, if you have no energy, you won't go there. Especially when you're in this stage right here, the bell, the silent notification, silent bell emoji right here, especially if you're here. This is solitude. Okay, I'll talk about that after we walk through the door. So walk through you surrender, give up, let it go, let the current take you. You know, one of the, is it Tao Te Ching, right? Go with the flow. Once you, especially when you surrender, you let go, you start to feel light. You feel like, oh, you can breathe again. Just let the current always knows where the ocean is. It's like when you're flowing in the river always knows how to connect to the ocean. That's it. For that period of time, just let go for a little bit. You will notice the difference. Okay, discernment, pattern recognition. That's just notice. You won't lose anything. But anyways, we make choices differently. Okay, no judgment, neither right or wrong, good or bad. No judgment. That's how we solve problems. That's why our growth patterns are different from each other's. We have our own way of figuring things out, especially when it comes to our life, our reality. So third thing you can do at the door, making choices. We're talking about making choices now. Okay. Third thing you can do. Okay. You don't make any decisions. You just stay right here in compression. Okay. Taking in the pressure, the tension. You're like wobbling. It's like, which version am I? You like swinging back, like you're looping over here and then you're looping over here, the old version of your old habits that you don't want to be there anymore. You don't want to be there. You don't want to be at that job anymore. You don't want to be in that relationship anymore. You don't want to be having those conversations, those same friend groups, connections. Okay? You're looking toward that version of you, the version, okay, closer to your potential. The version that's been calling you. Hey, you've always wanted to be this. But over here, this version is saying, no, 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 don't go over there. We don't know what's behind the door. This is fear of the unknown. Okay, there are two types of fear, and I want to talk about fear. It's important that you know about fear, especially when you're making decisions. Okay, especially about making decisions. Fear of the unknown behind the door. No, 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 we don't know if we will survive. That's what your system is telling you. We don't know if we will survive. Just stay here. Loop the same way. You did this yesterday, last week, yesterday. Do this again today and tomorrow. You will survive another day. That's what your nervous system tells you. Okay, your next version. Hey, come meet me here. Meet me here. You know you're more. You know you're here for more. The unreached potential. Okay, but overcoming the fear is what all of us trip over. So you stay here. Okay, and that was me a month ago. I overcame my fear of going live by accidentally going live for 6 seconds. That's all it took to train my nervous system to feel safe in front of the camera. I'll share more later, but I want to talk about this first. I want to get us through the door first. When so you just stay here, okay? You're not moving. You're stuck and holding in, taking in the pressure and the tension. Okay, it's the fear of what's in front of you. Okay, so you know that how many of you play those games that when it has like a map on the game on the in the game, and when you get closer to the edge of the map, you see more of the map. So you have to go to the edge. So I played Diablo in college, and like dungeon crawling, and he's got the map. So every time your character go to the edge of the map, you see more of the map. That's you're walking toward the edge of the unknown. You have to go to the edge of the unknown in order to see what's there. So we can see more. Okay, so we can continue to expand and explore. That's kind of like the map. You have to cross the door, like walk through the door, cross the threshold. That's what this is. So you're lingering here. And at some point, if you don't make a decision, like logically, your body, your system, your body, your nervous system will make that decision for you. And this is how it works. You will know. I'm done. I can't do this anymore. I don't want to do this anymore. Done. Okay? Your system, if you let it get to that point where it breaks, just shuts down, your body literally says, no, I won't do it. That was me in my late 20s. My first time I was burned out. I didn't even know what the word burnout was. My manager didn't tell me. Maybe he didn't see the signs, maybe he saw the signs, but wanted me to keep going, go, go, go. I'm in engineering, so making deadlines, go, 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 15 hours a day, 18 hours a day, okay? My body shut down. Well, it said, no, I refuse to touch the computer. I felt sick, the thought of me touching the computer. And I had to, for my work, I'm a software engineer. I have to use the computer. If I don't use the computer, how would I perform? How would I do work? How would I support myself? Panic mode. So yeah, my body made a decision for me. I just had to stop. How many of you have had a burnout in your life? Type burnout right here. Type into the chat. Leo Sunfire. Thanks for the roses, Sienna Smith. Are you still around? Are you listening to me? Leo Condi, thank you so much for the hearts and being in my fan club. Janine, Lucretia, Christy, Metamorical 77, Brandon, user 1121. Ta. Ooh, thank you. What's that? Oh, you're awesome. That cat's so cute. Thank you so much, Tay. And the cake, what's that? It makes me hungry. So many of you. Thank you so much. IKEA. Thanks for the roses. Thank you for joining my fan club. And all the follows. If you joined me and you are a little bit confused what's happening here or what these emojis mean, check out my life guide post on my account, the first pin post. I'm talking about the growth cycle. And make sure you follow me so we can start this tour from the beginning. We're doing a group tour right now. Those who started with me, okay, we are now at the door. So many burned out. Yeah, you know what I'm talking about. Just if you're in compression, you can be doing absolutely nothing in bed all day and still feel exhausted because you're burning so much energy. So if you are there right now, make sure you rest. Even though rest might not feel like it's doing anything for you, okay? You have to look at the loops that you're running. Start there. Relationships, okay? Drama, gossip, okay? Yeah. When you listen to your friends, sometimes you have to stop hearing their problems, because when you hear their problems, I'm not saying not to help, just saying boundaries, because you need to preserve energy. If you have no energy, you won't grow, period. You won't grow. If you have no energy, okay, you have to regenerate energy. And when you regenerate energy, it takes time. There's a recovery time. So guess what? Time is finite resource that tick gone. So remember that. Okay. All right. Fear at the door. Now you know you can break. Pressure cooker. Okay, you become a pressure cooker, you will break. Make sure you have a way to release some pressure. Yeah, it's important that you have some way. Go to the gym or whatever that you do to release the pressure. It's so important to do it because you don't want to break. You know the pressure cooker that you use to cook food with? It has like a little release valve that you can like turn on to release the pressure. You need that. And pressure cooker, you know when someone around you is close to like explosion, like one word, okay, one glance, one look, one laugh, one joke, oh goodness, so you're walking on eggshell. You know who those people are around you. And you don't want to be around them, right? You don't want to be around them. So when you become a pressure cooker, they don't want to be around you. Well, anyways, you want to start reclaiming your energy anyways. You want to start looking at your loops. Energy management, okay? Reclaim energy. So you need that for expansion, to grow. So there's a third type of decision makers, very rare. I mean, small percentage, but it's real. And it's driven by fear. Okay, before I talk about that, fear, this is what you need to know about fear. Okay, this is what you need to know about fear. Our nervous system, fear is a tool. Fear is a function in the system. Okay, especially our nervous system. Our nervous system is, our nervous system uses fear as a tool to do two things. It moves us, it makes us run. okay, run away, or it freezes us, okay, we stay. Okay, so we stay or move, frozen or run. That is the survival mechanism. It's a survival mechanism that moves us. Okay, that's how we move realities. It's like the chess game. You make a move, you look around, you recompute your path, your possible moves, and you move. Okay, then you pause, okay. So now, if our nervous system uses fear to freeze or move us, what else may use fear to move us or make us run? Don't need to be paranoid, just need to notice every time you see a news article, anything fear in front of you, pause and ask. Okay, pause before you panic, pause and ask, what is this making me do? Or what is the intention of this? It could be it could be unintentional, but the idea here is that you are aware. You are aware. You need to be aware. What is this making me do? That's it. Just notice. A friend tells you a secret that destabilizes your system. Okay? Your manager said something, destabilizes your system, makes you fear. What's the intention there? What is it making you do? Is it making you to look for another job right away? Or make you like invest more of your time and emotion into it? Okay. So the third type of decision maker here, driven by fear. Okay. Those is called fear of missing out. FOMO. How many of you know what FOMO is? If someone can type FOMO and then fear of missing out, like FOMO, fear of missing out, into the chat, I want to pin it. I want to pin that. Bia, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, Bia, for those of you who experience all of these are normal experiences. Okay, normal experiences as you grow through the stages from one version of you to the next version. Your next version is the version with more potential, increasing capacity. That's the version you're moving toward. And that's what we're talking about. And if you feel stuck, okay, somewhere, few things we're doing here. Find where you are in this cycle. If you know where you are, you know what's next, because it's a pattern. You're inside a pattern. Second, remember your growth pattern. Your growth pattern is how you survived past cycles, how you problem solve, how you move through change, how you love, work, live, handle rejection, recover from failure, how you handle success. Those of you who feel like you self-sabotage every time you come close to success, every time something good happens in your life, you feel like you mess it up, okay? You need to hear this. You can change it. So I'll be doing a quick couple of exercises here at the door to, one, help us stabilize our system. Okay, once your system is stabilized, you override your breathing. It's important that you have control over your breathing. Your breathing controls your heartbeat. Your heartbeat is your dominant frequency. Your dominant frequency, when you control your frequency, you control your reality. Yeah, make sure you follow me so we can start this group tour from the beginning, and sign up for my email list, link in my bio. And when you sign up, you get a image of this background with the names of each stage in one place, so you can follow as I walk through this with you. Lauren, how do I get over my ex? That's such an important question. She can't get over it. What, you mean she can't get over it or you can't get over it? But anyways, think of your, anytime you disconnect from a loop, anytime you interrupt a pattern, okay? The feedback loop, you have to think in terms of system, a feedback loop. A feedback loop, okay, is two people, okay, exchanging data, information, energy. When you disconnect from a loop, okay, your energy, for example, in your example, you lost someone, you no longer want to feed energy, you no longer want to text this person, okay? Even though you're spending energy, okay? I'm sorry, the loop is no longer there. The energy that you've allocated toward that loop is reaching out for it. So when you feel like there's energy in you, you're missing someone, you're longing for something, okay? Longing, missing, okay? It's your energy reaching out to that loop. And remember, we human beings, we love closing a loop. We love completing a loop. So if we text someone, they don't text back, unresolved. This is a loop, a feedback loop that is not completed, not resolved. So you reach for it. That's what's happening to you energetically, okay? So if someone texts you and you don't text back, okay, that loop is not closed. If you want to mess with someone and you know they want to hear from you and you intentionally withhold your energy, your attention by not texting them back, responding, you're creating that loop that's unresolved for them. And if they are not stable, okay, if they don't know this, they don't know what a feedback loop is, they don't know how to manage their energy, control their system, okay, they are going to want to reach for you. Yeah, you know exactly what I'm talking about. You know exactly what I'm talking about. Same thing with a job, okay? Let's say you lost a job or a routine, okay? A routine that you always keep doing. You no longer have it, but your body, your system, like has allocated energy for it, and now no longer that energy is not being used toward that loop. You're reaching for something. Here's what you need to do, Lauren. Here's what you need to do, Lauren. Think about every time, okay? Every time you spend energy, thought energy, attention on something, okay, a loop, a situation, a relationship, that doesn't return, that doesn't generate meaning, it's not helping you moving toward your next version, okay? If it's not helping you, it's not serving you, it's not adding to you moving toward your next version, that version with, at the higher potential, you're just wasting your time and energy. And ask yourself, do you want to continue to spend time and energy on something that doesn't serve you, that doesn't help you move? Or do you just have all the time in the world, all the energy in the world that you just freely give away? Ask yourself that. And when you ask yourself enough, you will start, your system will adjust. Hopefully your system will adjust. Come back and listen to me as many times as you need to until your system adjusts. Thanks for joining my fan club. Yeah, and tap, 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 so it sends out to more people. It helps me as a new creator, I guess. All the numbers, all the numbers. Mercedes, you're new here. Welcome. Yeah, make sure you follow me so you can come back if for whatever reason that you drop off or need to go somewhere, so you can start this with me from the beginning. This is a group experience. Many of you already have started this with me from the beginning, so I can't start from the because many of you already, this is a group experience, it's a tour. This is a tour to remember, okay, to remember how you solve problems, okay, how you survived past cycles, how you grew, so you can apply those patterns, okay, to this cycle and move faster, get unstuck, less panic, reduce panic. If you want to read about, if you're confused about what these emojis are, okay, read the life guide. I have first pin post on my account page. Sign up for my email list. Link in my bio. I know I request to join as guest after I complete this. I really want to get through this so all of you can, let's complete the cycle. Let's complete the cycle together so we resolve this loop. And then you guys can come on and direct, connect. Okay, so fear. Did someone type fear, FOMO? FOMO, fear of missing out. I want to pin that message. It went by so fast. Can someone type FOMO, fear of missing out? I want to pin that. Everything does what it needs. It has to. Nikki, welcome back. To do with energy. Okay, thank you. Radical. Tay, yes. I'm pinning the first message that popped up. Yes, Tay, Mercedes Thomas. I also do a fan club only Q&A. I just did one earlier this evening. So if you're an active fan in my fan club, you can join us every Saturday. And fans only. Everyone can join, but only fans can call in. But I will open for chat after I complete this. Willaine, newbie, well, welcome. Newbies are welcome. Are you an energy healer? Well, I use energy to heal myself. I don't use energy to heal other people. Fear of acceptance, Stephanie. Yes, fear of acceptance. Mercedes Thomas, thanks for using my emotes. Yes. Okay. Yes, so fear of missing out. Okay, for those of you, okay, who have been FOMOing, okay, or make decisions based on FOMO, fear of missing out. Fear of missing out is the fear of missing potential gains, rewards. Here, the keyword, potential. Okay, potential, not for sure the rewards there. It's potential. I have a lot of, I would say, people I know in the crypto space, blockchain space, okay, traders, day traders, crypto traders, stocks, they make decisions based on fear. Most of the time, they regret. That's what I wanted to mention as well. Regret. Okay. Most of the time, they regret the trade that they make. Only very few times they made a trade that they're like, oh, I made money, gained something. Okay, regret. For those of you who said you're brain heavy earlier, analytical, overthinking, okay, regret is what you fear. You loop, okay, overthink those solutions, even though you might have that solution like within 10 minutes of thinking about it. You spent the next 10 hours, 10 days rethinking. And here's the thing, when you tie your intelligence to the outcome, okay, your nervous system kicks in to protect you, okay, because it thinks that you're gonna think you're stupid if that decision turns out to be not so good, okay? So the more you think, the more your nervous system self-doubt kicks in. Oh, no, don't go there. Don't go there. Okay? How many of you resonate with this? How many of you resonate with fear? That's what I'm talking about. Fear. Now you know what fear does to you. Okay? It freezes you, you're frozen, or you run. Sally. Okay. All right. I covered everything. So I'm going to summarize. If you're making a decision, if you're at the door right now, okay, if you're at the door right now, 3 things you can do, okay, or think about, okay. 1, you can go back. If you feel like you're stuck in compression, if you're stuck, you don't know what to do, you can go back and loop the same way. Your nervous system might not be ready. It needs to increase in capacity. You can train that today. Okay, increasing capacity, and I'll explain more how. You might be sacrificing your own growth here so other people can grow. Okay. Second, you walk through the door. Surrender, let go. Let go of this version, let go of the loops. Save your energy. You need the energy for growth. Okay. Third, you stay here and you loop, you spend energy, you hold, you take in the pressure until your body makes that decision for you. It won't be logical at that point, it will be somatic. Yep, your body literally will break. So important, take care of your body here. Energy, think about that. As I mentioned before, there's a technology in the world that's eating up a lot of energy. And that's what many people are fighting control over, energy, to fund the technology, because they think that if they control that technology, they would control the world. Do you know what that technology that I'm talking about? Yeah, not just energy. It needs resources, minerals, rare minerals, okay, to make the parts, the chips, and not just the minerals, land for the data centers. Not just any land. Hopefully it's cool enough so you don't spend more energy cooling your data center. What is that? Does anyone know which technology? Yep, I see it. Oh, good. There's some Tay. Yes. Tay, yes. Thank you. Artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence. Okay. People want control of that technology because they think that if they control AI, they control the world. And how do you grow AI? How can AI grow? Energy. No energy, no growth. This is why you need to think about your energy. Where are you spending your energy? Okay. Are those loops and patterns helping you, serving you, helping you become that version you want to become? Start noticing. You don't have to do major changes. Don't do major changes. No drastic changes. Just notice. When you notice, your system starts to adjust because we are adaptive, intelligent beings. It's called adaptive intelligence. Okay, we adapt to our environment. That's what human beings are. It's not just the brain. Okay, brain is just one intelligence. Heart, emotional intelligence. Your body intelligence. Okay, there are many different things going on here, just like the rocket ship. is not just a computer on board. Okay? It's not just a navigation GPS system on board. Okay? It's also the physical vessel, capsule, container. Okay? Boundaries, and also the fuel. Fuel, no taking off, no moving. Yep. All right, let's do the two exercises that I talked about before we walk through the door. Okay, why we walk through the door? If we don't walk through the door, we're not going to enter expansion mode. That's why we want to walk through the door, let go and surrender, so we can expand. Okay, so the first exercise. This is to override your breathing, your nervous system, the timing where you start gaining control over your dominant beat, your dominant frequency of your system. Okay? This is what the ancient teachings, ancient folks been trying to teach us. You know, they talk about the esoteric wisdom, sacred knowledge, gated information. Oh, and then here, manuals, how to breathe, how to move. All these advanced civilizations have those manuals for breathing. Why? You're like, it's so trivial. Why? Now you know why. When you control your dominant beat, you control your system, you control your reality, because your system moves as one. Okay, you regain agency. Your agency, not other people. You don't let your rocket ship be remote controlled. If you let your rocket ship remote controlled by someone, what is that? What do you call that? A drone. A drone is what you remote control. Okay? You are the one, okay, at the steering wheel. And I'll talk about why it's hard to make choices, and why it's important that we make choices ourselves consciously, and why now, after we do the couple of exercises. Okay, first one, breathing. It's trivial, okay, but it's nothing complicated. This is how you breathe, okay? You inhale and then you exhale. Here's the trick. You exhale longer than you inhale. Yeah, you exhale longer than you inhale. That's it. We'll do this 3 times. Now, I will count, but here's the thing. You go at your own pace. I'm counting only to give you an example of what that may be, the timing, but no dramatic breathing. Just how you normally breathe, except the timing is you control. Okay. All right. Let's do it 3 times. 3 makes a pattern, and I'll explain why over here. Inhale. 1, 2, 3, 4. Exhale. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's it. We did 2 more times. Now, when you exhale longer than you inhale, it tells your system that you're safe. That's it. It tells your system you're safe. And when your system feels safe, you can think, feel, do. When your system doesn't feel safe, you're in panic mode, you can't think, you can't feel, you can't do anything. So you feel stuck, frozen, wherever you are. So do this with me 2 more times. Inhale. 1, 2, 3, 4. Exhale. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's it. Simple, right? We did 1 more time. Inhale. 1, 2, 3, 4. Exhale. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All right. Repeat. Okay. Repetition. System. Okay. Loops. Loops are not always bad. Okay? Loops are neither good or bad, right or wrong. Loops are system objects. Processes keep looping. Movement inside the system. Earth is a system. Okay, Earth, weather systems, circling, like circulation, the storm system. Okay, circulation, circling. Your fishbowl, if you have a fishbowl, the fish swims in circles. Our blood inside our system, the system, your body circulates. Circulation inside a system. Think circulation, movement, directed movement, not random. Your blood doesn't randomly throw to places. Okay. Breathe. Just repeat. Do it a couple minutes, and when your system calms down, you can start. You feel the difference. Okay. Second exercise. This one helps you generate a little bit of energy. That's all you need. Okay, a little bit of energy. If you see me, okay, do you see what I'm doing? I'm shrugging. I'm moving my shoulders up and down, up and down. You can roll. You can roll them forward, okay, or backward. Okay. The idea is to move a little bit. You can do this in bed, sitting on the couch, doing dishes in the kitchen. Okay. That's it. I mean, this, as you do it, keep breathing, right? Breathe and shrug. Breathe and shrug. When you do this, when you shrug, you start to circulate the blood in your system. And that's all it takes to generate that little bit of energy. Okay? You should start to feel like warmth, or some say tingling, a little bit like tingles. Okay? That is that little energy that you just generated. It's self-generated energy that you can use to write that book that you've always wanted to start. You can just write 2 sentences for me. You don't have to write the whole book. Take a walk, okay? Just a little small walk. You don't have to walk 10 miles. Walk around the house, even inside the house. You don't have to leave your home. And if you can't, just like do this in bed, okay? Jumping jack, that's it. You don't have to run a marathon. Right? And why circulation of your blood is important? Okay? It means you're alive. You're alive. It's your life support system. Okay? The blood brings oxygen and nutrients to your brain, to the cells in your body, so it can think, it can grow. It takes toxins out of your system. It's the release mechanism. Toxins out of the body is cleansing. Think of water cleansing. Okay? Water that is not moving, don't drink it. It's dead water. Okay? Blood that's not moving is not alive. So movement means aliveness. Just like when you tap on the screen, when you comment in the chat, the algorithm thinks that, oh, there's movement in this session here. Okay, it's alive. Let's send it out to more people. So if you don't engage, you don't comment, you don't tap, you don't do anything, the algorithm won't send it to more people. That's systems thinking, feedback loop. Start thinking about feedback loop. Imprint it into your brain, because you're going to start seeing everything as loops and patterns and systems. Circulation. Okay? Rocket ship, that's the system. You, that's the system. Let's see. So many of you have come back. Milky, thanks for the puffy heart. Welcome back. Mercedes, Taylor, Dan, Daisy, Surud, Kasha, Leah, Sarah. Yes, thanks so much for the hearts. So you guys are really making me, like, helping me. This really helping me with helping me bump up the loop. I mean the hierarchies. There's this thing called the leak in this app, and what it does is that if you move up the ranks, then the system, the algorithm gives you more viewers. And that's how it's like the carrot that they dangle for you to encourage your viewers to like engage. So I'm just checking right now to see if what is my goal looking. Let's see. Oh yay, I'm so close, guys. I'm so close to getting I just need a little bit more. I just need a little bit. Okay, I can do it. I can do it. I can do it. So now, okay, breathe and shrug. Breathe and shrug. That's it. Do that during the day. Many of you like came back and let me know that throughout the day you remember what I talked about, and you started like seeing patterns and catching yourself looping in the pattern, and you stop yourself and start tweaking your own patterns. And number one, you do this breathing, it calms you down. Like people were in some intense situation in meetings, it calmed them down. And second, they caught themselves observing themselves in the loop, they tweaked themselves in real time. You start developing metacognition. Metacognition is not special. All of us can do it. It's when you zoom out. Okay, you zoom out of your loop and start observing yourself looping. You start catching yourself thinking, looping. And when you do that, you can tweak in real time. It helps you get out of the loops that you wanted to break. Mercedes, engagement, showing love to others, spreading love and happiness and prosperity. Yes. Thanks for sharing my life with others, Taylor. 7, awakening. Oh, but at the door. Okay, Leah. Let's see. Can you help, Mercedes? Can I help? Oh, Sarah. Sarah asked breathe and shrug. Sarah, here, watch me. This. Shrug. That's it. Shrug is like moving your shoulders up and down. Roll them if you want to. That's it. Super simple. Okay, I'm pinning Allegra's message. Shrug. That's it. Thanks for using my emails, Milky and Taylor. Thanks for using my emails in the chat. Okay, so we're ready to walk. Okay, we're ready to cross the door. And before we do that, I'm going to talk about why it's important that we make decisions consciously and now. Okay, I'll cover it briefly, then we'll walk through this. Okay. It's important that we consciously make the decision, like make the choice. Okay, it's because those of you who are quantum jumping, or you use the terms timeline shifting, like you're shifting life paths, switching realities, okay, vibrating at different frequencies. Okay, if you use those terms, okay, making choices is how you switch. Okay, if no one like explain or gave you why, here's why. One reason, one why. You can find your own whys, but here's my why. Think of making choices at the door as you're driving your car, steering, okay, you're piloting, you are the pilot of your rocket ship of your car. When you make a choice, you turn left, you turn right, okay, you're steering the direction of your vehicle, of your vessel, of your rocket ship, the direction of it. Okay, so every time you make a choice, you are changing direction. That's it. And what happens when you change direction? Okay, when you change direction, you change the path, the trajectory of your rocket ship, the path of your vehicle, of your car. It changes the timeline. It changes the jump. Now you quote jump. Okay? So it's not abstract. Make sure you connect the dots to tie it back to you. If it's abstract, fluffy out there, you can't use it. You can't make it functional. You can't make it a utility, a tool. It doesn't serve you if it's not something you can use. It has to be useful information, not just sounding good information. It's useful, okay? Yep. Because you're navigating, not in a game. This is your life. You're navigating, okay? All right. Now you know, okay? Okay, someone, Edward, in nose out mouth. So here's the thing. Edward is asking the breathing exercise, like is it through the nose or the mouth? In the beginning, like you are doing right now, okay? Just through the nose. That's it. You don't have to do anything complicated. There's no complex breathing it. Just do what your system feels. If it's the mouth, do the mouth. If it's the nose or combination of it, do what your system, okay, your system feels. This is beginner level. Okay, we're not talking about yogi level where you're meditating 10 hours a day and no, this is practical, useful stuff you can do in a minute. So if you're in an intense situation, you don't have time to meditate for 10 hours. You might have like 60 seconds, okay, to snap yourself back. So breathe as you wish, okay, what's comfortable to your system. I'm glad you asked that question, Edward. CQ, how do we know we shifted? Discernment. You know you shifted when you notice differences. And I'll talk about differences like right now. I'll talk about seeing difference right now. Thank you. Thank you for bringing that up. Do you know how to read a birth chart? Mercedes, no, I don't know how to read a birth chart. This is not numerology. These numbers have no meaning. They're just references that I use, shorthands for these experiences. That's it. This is a structural reading, systems thinking. Sin, I do one-on-ones, but only special request. Only special request. Oh, Jody followed me. Thank you, Jody. I'm pinning your message. Jody followed me when they were previewing my life. That's so awesome. That's so good to know. Well, thank you, algorithm, for letting me know that people are following me from the preview screen. Yeah. Okay. the other part of why now, why you have to be conscious. When you make conscious decisions, when you make your choices conscious, is when you have agency. That's when you feel control over your spacecraft, your vehicle. If something goes wrong, okay, you have some idea of what happened, and you can try and mitigate, fix it, correct course, okay, try and figure it out. If you didn't make the decision, you don't know what happened. If somebody else made the decision for you, you outsource your decisions to AI, to somebody else, to let other people remote control your craft, right? You don't know, you can't, you're just a passenger now. You're just a passenger instead of being the pilot, the captain of your ship. So that's why you want to make conscious decision, like consciously. And why now? This is here for those of you like quantum jumping, timeline shifting, realities, frequencies, folks, okay? Why now? Why now we make choices? We don't make choices from the past, and we don't make choices from the future. Now, okay? Now is what's important, because when you make that conscious decisions is when you shift the path. When you change, when you turn left, you change the path. Okay, you turn right, you change the path. It's a decision point. Now, why making choices is hard? Why? Why? I'm about to share that with you. We're taught to follow a path, okay? Go to school, get a job, get a house, get married, retire, if we're lucky. If that path disappears, collapse, disappears, no longer there, most of us are not taught to choose. Okay, most of us are not taught to choose. And how do we choose? How do we see choices, right? If you don't see choices, you cannot choose. If you only see one, okay, you only see one is not choosing. You don't choose from one, you choose from two, right? So how do you see two things? What's two? Two is the difference. You have to see differences, okay? And that is discernment. I'm typing this into, can somebody type discernment into the chat? I want to pin it. Mimi, welcome back. Miss Valentine. Kasha, Radical Love, welcome back. Suru, thanks for the rose. Sarah Taylor, thanks for the hand love. Thank you so much, Miss Valentine. The first one that popped up. Discernment is how we see difference. We all have the skills, okay? Discernment, pattern recognition, we are born with the skills. They're not special, okay? It's just how fast we see them, and you can train that. You can train that. Just like your nervous system, you can train that. Okay? Make sure those who join, check out the life guide if you're confused of what I'm talking about here. The life guide is the pin post on my account page. Also sign up for my email list, because when you sign up for my email list, you also get a background with all this information along with the names of these stages and the 3 things we're doing here, so you can follow along. Yeah, check out, it's the link to sign up for my email is in my bio link. So most of us are not taught to choose. So to see, in order to choose, we have to see choices. Okay, to see choices, to see the difference. So if you discernment is the pre-skill of pattern recognition. Here's what. if you can see the intensities, the colors in the rainbow, okay, the rainbow, you have discernment. If you know the difference between dark and light, dark versus light, you have discernment. Hot and cold, okay, discernment. Pressure, fast, slow, discernment, difference. Okay. 2, polarity, duality. Okay. One of the Hermetic principles, polarity. Okay. Differences, degree of difference on the same axis. Hot and cold, temperature. Fast and slow, speed. Okay. Well, now you know. Oh, right. Let me finish the seeing choices. So in order to choose, you have to see the choices. So train discernment. You have it. You don't need to acquire that skill. You just need to train yourself, because we're not taught. We are not taught to see difference. We are taught to memorize steps, texts. Okay. We're not taught to problem solve. Very few of us problem solve. How I developed this, okay, this growth cycle model here, this is one model of viewing your growth. I was always the engineer who solved problems other engineers couldn't. So every time I solved a problem, we would have a post-mortem where all the engineers, designers, product folks, business folks, marketing folks get together, and we talk about what went well and what didn't go well and how the problem was actually solved. And usually I would turn the solution into a protocol, a pattern, so that if we see that problem again in the future, one of the engineers can just take out this pattern, protocol, apply it, fix it. Okay. So I've seen that enough, like solving those problems enough, that I start seeing this a pattern of how we solve problems. And it's not just for solving engineering problems. This is for solving problems. This is the growth, the contraction, expansion, compression, expansion, shrink before you grow. This is a meta pattern. This is a session about pattern recognition. If you're one of those who love patterns and you see patterns and you use patterns to solve problems in your life or in any situation at your job, relationship, sign up for my email. My email list, I just put that up last week. Yeah, I'll be sending out monthly patterns that other people miss. And it's important that you know your own patterns, so you know when other people are tweaking, influencing your patterns. So you can, in real time, if you know your patterns, you can in real time tweak your own patterns. You can apply how you solve problems before, how you figure things out, apply those patterns to your current cycle so you can move out faster. Okay, so now, you know, if you're stuck at the door, 3 things. You can go back and loop the same way. That's sacrifice. Okay, honor and duty is sacrificing yourself so other people can grow, because you have to keep looping here, supporting them. Surviving so other people can survive. Okay. 2, your nervous system hasn't increased capacity yet to handle the next stage. So he said, no, not going there. So you just have to increase, train. You can train your nervous system now, today. You're not stuck. Okay. 3, surrender. Walk through the door. That's what we're doing now. Or you stay stuck here, looping. Okay. Now we walk through the door. Okay. It's a threshold. It's literally like a small, tiny space that we only fits us. So when you cross the door, when you walk through the door, you're going to lose some people, friends, families, connections, okay? You're going to lose some of them, and it's okay. It's okay. You will make new connections in expansion. And if they are meant to be in your, like, meet your future self, they accept your future self, they will come back, they will reappear. So if you see people disappearing, okay, right here, you're entering the silence stage. This stage right here, the bell, is called silence. Some people call it the void or entering a cave. Okay, this is where you start deleting your social media account, posts that you made, photos that you posted on Instagram, right? Facebook, MySpace. Yeah, I know. Who uses MySpace now? Who's from the MySpace era? Me. You start deleting, cleaning things. So it's cleaning. You start disconnecting. You start ghosting other people because you want quiet. You just want to be quiet. You just want to be by yourself. This stage right here, you are solitude. Number one. Okay, solitude. This is self-initiated loneliness. You want to withdraw from the noise, the world, the drama out there, because you're preparing for expansion. It's so important that you use this stage right here to prepare. If you don't, you won't take off. This stage right here, okay, is by design part of the process. Think of this as the 0 point, okay, between compression and expansion. This is the reset, okay? This is the reset. You have to go through this. It's a state change, a phase shift, okay, between compression and expansion. This is the last uncomfortable part of the growth cycle. Once you get through this, it's playtime, fun time. So if you start ghosting people, it's not rejection. Okay? If other people ghost you, don't take it personally. It's not rejection. They are going through their own stuff. They might be in silence right now. Here's the thing. Our friends and families, not many of them understand what we go through, because they are going through their own stuff. They are in one of these stages right now. Everyone is going through their own stuff. So if you're in silence, use this to preserve energy. You need to save up that fuel for takeoff. Start disconnecting from loops and patterns that's been draining your energy. Energy vampire is one term that people use to describe people, object, situations that's eating your energy, taking away your energy. You gotta shut off your system. Okay, it's a boundary. Okay, boundary. You are the one that decides permission access. Who has access to you? Okay, what kind of information, energy, attention that enters your system? What information that you share with the world, attention that you give. Okay, you are the one in control of your permission. Okay. So reclaim your energy. You don't have to give them your attention, or in fact, as soon as you take that away from them, they want you. Now they want you. Now they want your energy. They want your attention. They're like, oh, why? What happened? Why haven't I seen you? You haven't showed up to family events, group outings, friends meetings, reunions. You don't have to. You need to preserve your energy. No fuel, no takeoff, no energy, no expansion, no growth. You got to think about you at this moment. For those of you who are by yourself, you're disconnected, okay, from the outside world, and you're using AI as your companion, okay? Here's the thing, neither good or bad, right or wrong, no judgment. My last silence stage, I use AI as my companion, okay? But here's the thing, you gotta use discernment with AI. AI is very good at being a mirror, okay? It's very good at being a mirror, reflection. But if you're not careful, okay, AI just reflecting. So if you are those, make sure you follow me. If in this stage, make sure you follow me now. I do this every day, so you can come back, have that connection. At least if you watch me, you know this is real, because I'm real. I'm not AI. So right here. What you want to do when you're in silence is that you want to start developing a routine that aligns with your dominant frequency, with the beat that you want to hold. Okay, because all of your loops and patterns moving forward will adhere to that beat, and that beat is your heartbeat. I talked about that. If you missed that part, make sure you follow me so you can start this group tour from the beginning. But listen through the rest. And if you are okay, if you are not in silence, but you know what I'm talking about being in silence, support others in the chat. Support others in the chat. For me, this was the most excruciating part of this entire cycle. One of them in silence literally felt like I was free falling into the abyss, disconnecting from everything, from light. I literally saw like light, like I was in a tunnel, just like moving away from me. Sheer panic, fear. I was conscious, I was conscious, and I was like registering. I told myself, I have to remember this moment, how scary it is, how I don't want to be in this place ever, ever. And here's the thing, it felt like it was forever. It felt like it was never ending. And I want you to know, if you're going through that, it's not forever. It's temporary. You will get out of it. Okay? It's nervous system. But by design, you have to go through this. And how fast? Everyone is different. Some people might be a few hours, few days, but some of us might be years or decades in silence. Everyone is different. And especially if you've been through this cycle many times, every time is more intense. So here's the thing, remember your growth pattern. Last time you were in silence, last time you were by yourself, alone, you felt like you didn't have any support from anyone, okay? Remember what pulled you through. What did you tell yourself? What was your pep talk? For me, I told myself, I've got to get through this. I've got to hold on. I can do this because I survived this before. I can survive this. Okay, that's what I told myself. Everyone is different. Here's the thing. We all have our own growth pattern. Yeah, we all do. I cannot be going through this a third time. Yet, oh yes, you can. I just pinned your message. Oh yes, you can. You've gone through this many times before. This is how you increase your capacity. This is your system stress testing you. Okay? Stress testing your rocket ship. So to test this readiness to be in space and survive, yes, you can. You will. Yeah. McQueen, you're always eating vegetables? Oh, yes. Thank you for reminding me that, McQueen. So here's in silence. Find an anchor. It's important that you find an anchor. An anchor is something that's stable, okay, a stabilizer in your life. It could be, you can use my live stream. I go live every day and come back. it's like a take a walk. If you take a walk, okay, find a landmark in your city, in your town. Find a statue, a fountain, a something that you can go to every day, visit every day. That helps you stay stable. Because right here in silence, you need to start developing. You need to hold on to something. Because you're in this space, if you feel like you're like in between realities, you're literally in between. It's like you're neither your old self nor your new self. And you don't have to know what your new self is. You don't know what you're becoming. That's totally fine, because you will learn all about that in expansion, which is what you're about to happen. That's what we're about to talk about. This is the exciting, fun playtime right here. So if you're one of those in silence, okay, just know that this is by design. You have to go through it. Okay, it's physics, it's state change. Is the 0 point between compression and expansion. Okay, think of this as an app on your phone. Okay, being updated. You know what? When your app is being updated, the spinner, you can't use it. You're not broken. Okay, the app is not broken. It's not malfunctioning. It's being updated. That's you. You're being updated. Okay, these experiences here, for those of you who joined just now, all of us are growing through this. Okay, these are different stages that we may be in as we grow, evolve between versions of ourselves. Okay, this is the most stable version of you, and right here is that next version of you with the potential that you've always wanted to reach. Okay, you go through these stages to reach that next version, and I'm talking about how long you stay in each stage, how you move. Make sure you follow me, number one. Okay, sign up for my email list. Okay, yeah. So I talked about the choices, why it's important that we make choices at the door. This is where we make choices, at the door. Compression, the stage where is compression, where you feel the pressure. And if you feel like you're stuck here in compression, you're at the door, you have to make a decision. You feel like there's a decision you need to make, but you can't. There are 3 movements. Go back and loop the same way. Okay, but that's sacrifice, honor, duty. You're looping so other people can grow. You sacrifice your own growth so others can grow. Okay. The other, your nervous system, your system tells you, no, don't go there. We don't know what's behind the door. Unknown is danger. It's not safe. Your nervous system prefers safety. Its job is to keep you alive. So it wants you to loop the same way, because that's how it knows you will survive another day. Just repeat what you did yesterday. So if you can't make the decision, you're stuck in compression. If you're stuck in compression, okay, how you finally make that decision, it won't be logical. Your brain won't be doing that, because your brain's been trying to come up with that perfect choice, but it doesn't have that. It's not intelligence. So make sure you come back and learn, go through this tour with me. But here's the thing, if you're stuck here making the choice, your body will break, will make the choice for you. So now we walked through the door in silence. And once you get through silence, okay, which we're about to, okay, this is you take care of your body, increasing capacity of your nervous system. So your nervous system can say, I can survive the next stage. Why? Here's why. Just you are like a space rocket, the rocket ship. Okay? You don't go out into space if your rocket ship is going to explode or collapse in space. No. This is your body, your nervous system, your whole system. Brain, heart, vehicle, vessel, container, engine is one system, moving together. Not just your brain, not just your heart, not just your physical body. One unit, one system. This is system thinking. Okay. So guess what? If you're building rocket ships to send out to space, to go to the moon, to go to Mars, you have to stress test your rocket ship. Okay? You have to stress test. And how you stress test, how you increase in capacity. Think of a cup. Think of a cup. Your cup, if you have a small cup, you can only contain a little bit of water. But if you have a bigger cup, you can hold more water. Okay? Now, our system is not rigid. Our system is adaptive. We are adaptive, intelligent beings. It's called adaptive intelligence. Okay? We can increase the capacity. We can adjust the capacity, calibrate our system to hold more, like to expand and contract. Just like when we breathe, every time we breathe, we expand and contract our lungs. Expand when we inhale, contract when we exhale. Okay? Every breath, we're going through this compress and expand cycle. We are stress testing every breath. Okay, so the cup, okay? When you run a marathon, if you want to run a marathon, nobody runs a marathon on day one. Okay, nobody. How do you train for a marathon? Okay, if you want to run a marathon, you train for it. You increase the capacity of your system, just like you would increase the size of your cup. Day one, you run for 1 minute. Day two, you run for 2 minutes. Day three, 3 minutes, until, okay, your system can run and survive the marathon. It's mental, right? You have to train yourself mentally. Have that mental mindset. That's why people say mindset, but that's not the only thing. If you only have the mindset, but you don't have the emotional capacity to handle failure and injuries, and the days when you feel like you can't do this, okay, your system's not going to move in one unit, not efficiently anyways. And then your physical body, your vessel, your unit, your capsule, your container, your vehicle, if it like energetically it can't run, move, it's not gonna go. Now, so it's brain, the mind and the heart. Brain is the processing unit. Heart, the GPS system, okay, knows which direction you want to go. The physical unit, container, the rocket ship, the car. Emotions, the fuel, one aspect of the fuel, okay? Energy, move as one unit. That's how you navigate reality. That's how you move. Like, yeah. That's how you increase in capacity. You can train it today. You're not stuck. If you feel like you're stuck somewhere, you're panicking, anxious about something, now you know. Okay? Increasing capacity, your system. Start with your nervous system. That's your life support system. If your life support says no, can't survive, you're not moving. Okay? Once you have the capacity, if you remember your growth pattern is how you solved past cycles. Okay, survive that. how you love, live, work, handle rejections, failures, and success, you move faster. Okay, move faster. But if you don't remember, like if you forget everything that I talk about, patterns, whatever. Oh, thanks for the heart. Thank you for all the gifts, you guys. I read all the messages, as you know, so if I miss, I will read. So forget about the patterns, everything. If you walk away from this session here, remembering only one thing, increase the capacity of your system, mental, computing power, heart, GPS system, vessel, your vehicle, your container, your your spacecraft, your rocket ship. That's it. You can move. You can move. Okay. Now we're going to enter expansion. Once your system says, ready, I will survive this, the next stage, you just move. That's it. So, about to talk about expansion. You've just gone through the most uncomfortable part. That's why people say you have to be out of your comfort zone to learn and grow. Yeah, that's what they say. And it's true. Because you're stress testing. Okay, you might think of something as it's hard to do, like struggles, lesson, life is testing me. Well, yeah, it is testing, but it's not test to make sure you fail. It's stress testing you so you can survive and succeed. You can take this pattern interruption here, okay, as punishment or opportunity. Yeah, if check out my life guide for those of you who joined, like check out my life guide if you're confused about what I'm talking about. It's the first pin post on my account page. So now we enter expansion. This is the fun part. Like but before we move, those of you, okay, who have been in silence for a very long time, okay, know this, you're not alone. You're not alone in any of these stages, especially in silence, okay, because by design you have to be alone. And the feeling of separation is an illusion. We're always connected. And I will talk about why, but in a longer stream, not this one, because I do want to get through the last couple of stages here. Okay, we're always connected, and you're never stuck, not forever. You increase capacity, you move. So the expansion part of the cycle, there are like 6-7 stages in the expansion. In the second part of the growth cycle, I can only cover like a couple of them, and I will summarize the rest because it would take me another like 2-3 hours. Okay, but these are the core stages that you if you know, you can be good. But there were things that you can get trip over in this stage. I would summarize it, but if you're interested in like the entire 12 stages, I put them summarize all the essence, where you are, how to find yourself, and how to move next. Prompts to help you remember your growth pattern so you can move faster. Exercises to train for discernment, pattern recognition. Breathe, stabilize your system. Okay, generate a little bit of energy. I summarized all of that in my growth cycle map. If you're interested, it's in my bio link. Okay, check it out. So now expansion. And let me catch up on some messages. So many of you sent me hearts and gifts. Thank you so much. Miss Valentine's, James, starring, Khaleesi, Amy, welcome back, you guys. Male, Soul Punisher, Karmic Rose. Thank you so much. James Walls. Oh, thanks for making my goal here. Leah, do you have a YouTube channel? So many of you have asked if I have videos or YouTube channels. No, this is my only channel. It only live. I've only came public. Start sharing this 3 weeks ago. So this is totally new. The reason I want to go do live is so that you can ask questions. I don't this I don't want videos to be distorting this, so I'm still refining my messaging. So I'm reviewing my streams to make sure that I'm communicating this the way I want to before I make more videos or any videos. But it's something that I'm thinking about. If you're interested in like videos, type in the chat so I will read, and if enough people request, I will start making videos. Thanks for asking that, Leah. Pamela. Wow. Hi Lisa 16, how are you? Okay. Oh, yes, yes, Edward, the noise. You can only describe as a type of static that comes into, oh, yes. Oh, I'm going to talk about this. This is Edward, okay, Edward. So in silence, okay, you are cutting the noise. You have to cut out the noise, starting in silence. Okay, you will do that in expansion, but especially in silence, you're supposed to like be calm, silent. Okay, so you can hear the signal that's meant for you. You're preserving energy. So anytime you hear noise, you're spending energy processing that noise. So you gotta do whatever you need to do to like shut off access. The noise that Edward is talking about, I just pinned his message. The noise, okay, when you're in expansion, you can for me, one of my expansions, I felt vibrations, like literally my body was like vibrating, and I would wake up from sleep feeling static energy, like electricity running through my body. So weird. I could hear it in my ears. So Edward, you're not crazy. These experiences here, they're normal. I didn't even list all of them, but you're not crazy. Okay, you're not crazy, not malfunctioning. You're going through the stages here to reach your next version. Your next version is the version with increased capacity, with more potential, closer to your potential. That's why we have to walk through the door so we can expand to meet that version. Okay. Yeah. No, Edward, not like locust. No. For me, it was literally like static electricity, like buzzing. I don't know, maybe locust. No. Anyways, let's continue. In expansion, this is what it's like for those who resonate with number 7, awakening, quantum jumping, timelines shifting, expand or ascension. Some people call, whichever label you want to use. Okay, this is how it feels when you're expanding, when you're in the rocket ship. Okay, taking off. Okay, your awareness comes back online, like it's widening, like you feel like you're like expanding, everything more. That's what growth is. More intense, high intensity. Okay, more capacity. Your perception shifts. Okay, your perception. You start to see things from different angles. Okay, start to see things like you can't unsee them. Your sensors, your biosensors, okay? Not just your eyesight, not just your hearing, but all the sensors in your body that you might not even know about. Volume up. Start receiving information everywhere. Okay? You start like absorbing like a sponge all the information that's coming into you. Okay, feels like curiosity, like you're learning, you're curious again, you're young again, you feel young again, you feel like you have energy now. Okay, because you've been saving up that energy for expansion. That's why you have energy. Okay, you're consuming a lot of content, data, YouTube videos, podcast, books, lots of books, scrolling on social media, okay, deep conversations. All of a sudden, you're interested in quantum mechanics, physics, biology, philosophies, okay? Okay, you're going down rabbit holes of like, I don't know, name one. In fact, for those of you who are going through expansions now or went through, type which rabbit hole you went down. Okay, one of the rabbit holes that I went down was Dolores Cannon, past life regression, because I thought that here in this stage, if I learn about my past lives, okay, I could like find out the meaning of my life, the purpose of why I'm here. Maybe I can like resolve whatever struggle, pain I was feeling. You know, maybe that's the solution. Maybe I can find solution from the past. That was one of the rabbit holes I went down. Okay, share your rabbit holes down into the chat. So if you're going down rabbit holes, it could be hours, days, weeks, months, whatever you do, make sure you come back up to ground level. Okay, touch the grass, look at the sunlight, breathe and shrug, breathe and shrug. Okay, eat. You need to refuel because you're spending a lot of energy processing these data that you've been absorbing. Okay, you need to allow your system to rest and digest, process. Okay, let's see how many rabbit holes. Nova, you started seeing synchronicities 25 years ago after your mom died. I'm sorry for your loss, together with your younger daughter. What? Nova Elite? You lost your mother and your daughter at the same time? If you're seeing synchronicities, repeating numbers, it's important that you see them. We'll go into that next. Oh, Alan Watts, yeah, Julie B. Julie B. I went down the Alan Watts processes. Alan Watts. Everything is a process right here. The growth cycle is the process. Yeah. Nature of reality, consciousness. Yeah. That too. Philosophy. Princess Penet. I'm just reading a few right now. Yep, Dolores Cannon. Awesome time. I read most of her books. And you know what? Dolores Cannon, in one of her later books, if you read her books, I listened to audibles so I could get through them faster. She later on in her later books mentioned that even her sessions were telling her to stop focusing on the past. Yeah. Stop focusing on the past. Got to look forward. Yeah, in one of her books, I don't remember which one, you're giving me goosebumps right now because I'm talking about this. You don't make decisions from the past. You make decisions from the future. That's why now is the present. Now, Master Wu Gui. I love Master Wu Gui. From Kung Fu Panda, right? Master Wu Gui, he said, that's why now is a present. I don't remember the exact thing he said, but it's so beautiful. He's so wise. Yes, Abraham Hicks. Oh, yes. Not sure about Dragon's Awakening. What is Dragon's Awakening? But yes, Abraham Hicks. I read most of her stuff. Yeah. Mm-hmm. So you want to be alone. Nova, you feel like you want to be alone. You don't need to eat. Make sure you eat, Nova. You gotta fuel your body. Make lemon. Past life is just one layer of the life experience. Yes. Yoga. I never got into yoga. I'm just not that flexible. But you see, yoga, okay, pinning your message today. Yoga is one of those advanced civilization, okay? Yeah. Left the manuals. Yoga, how to move. Yoga is not just relaxation. Yoga is how to move. They also have breathing manuals to go along with the yoga exercises, the movements. They don't call them exercises, they call them movements. Same thing with in many different cultures, movements. Movement is aliveness. If you don't move, you're not alive. Thanks for the follows. You started to forget to eat. Oh, yes, you can forget about eating. You have to set an alarm. Pinning your message, you have to set, especially when I was going down the rabbit holes, would forget to eat and I would lose weight. Yeah. Pamela. Oh, yeah, exactly. Pinning your message right here. If you go down, that's exactly what I just said. Yes. When you go down rabbit hole, you're so drawn, your attention, because you're following your passion, your excitement, right? This is excitement right here. Okay, this is excitement. And you've got fuel, you're using up that fuel. So make sure you refuel. Let's see. Yesterday is gone, tomorrow don't exist, today we live in. Is that what, Martin? Is that what Master Wu Gui said? Women in music, 1111. We live in a matrix that's constantly programming us. Think of the matrix, Moondoggy. Think of the matrix as a system. When you start seeing systems, how systems work, movement within the system, circulation, okay? Feedback loop, cybernetic feedback loop, how energy moves, attention moves, data exchanges, information, you start to see the matrix differently. The movie, The Matrix, I remember watching that like 2 weeks before it came out. It was one of those like special previews, and they had literally had like the one that I went to literally had people dressed up in like the Matrix people, like the big coats, dreads, sunglasses, and like in the theater where the Matrix is a system. Okay, matrix. If you want to see outside of the matrix, you're not trapped inside. Okay, here's what many people talk about. It's a cage, I'm trapped inside the matrix. Well, here's the thing. If you only see the matrix as you're inside, that's all you will see. But if you start seeing the matrix as a system, you zoom out, you look at the matrix as a system, how a system works, how a system interact with its participants, you start to see other paths. Yeah, so everyone else out there that I've been hearing talking about the matrix, this and that, prison, cage, box, I don't have time to tell everyone in the world how to see the world the way they do. I'm only sharing what I can in this live stream. Start looking at it as a system, systems thinking. Google it. You will, and come back and tell me what you learn. Okay? Thank me later. Yeah. Moondoggy. Pinning your message so you know I'm talking about your message here. System thinking. Fire Horse, thanks for sharing my live stream with your friends. Hi, Day by Day, Chili Bee. All right, expansion. Biosensors coming online, right? So it feels like everything is expanding. You're seeing everything. You're seeing things you can't unsee, insights, knowledge that you don't know where they're from, okay? So it feels like awakening. You know, some people say awakening, ascension, okay? Again, if you're using those terminologies, but you're not connecting it to your body, to something that's grounded, something that you can make sense of and use, okay? Useful. If you can't make it useful, that can take you to your next version, something that help you be more efficient, improving your life, find those connections. I'm not saying don't use those labels. I'm saying make the connection so you make it useful, okay? So it feels like awakening because you are literally, your awareness, okay, widening, right? You start seeing more area in your terrain. So now you've got more information, data coming into your system. Now your brain, your processing unit has more information it can use to plot trajectories, right? Like the rocket ship. Sensors on board the rocket ship, the GPS system, the sensors, okay, directions, metrics, telemetry. Your brain starts to processing, simulating, okay, simulating viable paths. Okay, but before that, you have to see patterns. Before that, you have to see patterns. And we'll be talking about next. Okay, now rocket ship. When you start to absorb, here's a thing that you might get hung up on. By the way, you can get all of this, okay, from my map, condensed essence. But here's the summary of one of the things that you might trip over. And if you are one of those who have been absorbing a lot of information, data, and you start to feel bloated, like you feel like you're full, you can't absorb anymore. You just feel maybe stuck, you brain fog, or start to get exhausted, anxious, unexplained anxiety about the future, unexplained depression. Okay, pause. If you're in expansion, down rabbit holes, absorbing a lot of information and data, here's why. You can be absorbing other people's emotional data. That's what happened to me. When you pick up data, okay, like Wi-Fi network exchanging data, just because we don't see it doesn't mean it's not happening. Human systems, we are exchanging emotional data. If you walk into a room and you can pick up the intensity in the room, yeah, you can pick up emotional data, and we are doing that unconsciously. And when you do that unconsciously, sometimes you don't know if that data is yours, and you replay those emotional patterns as your own and think that those emotional patterns are yours, those panic, scary feelings are yours. That's when you start spiraling. Okay, that's when it starts spiraling. I am testing a poll. Did I start? Restart. Okay. I set up a poll so up in the top left, there's like a poll. If you can feel tension when you walk into a room, yes, no. Oh, thank you. So it works. Okay, cool. Yeah, you know what I'm talking about. When you walk into a room, okay, and you can feel the intensity, you can feel the emotional energy between people. You know when someone is sad, even when they're smiling at you. Okay? We are taught to smile even when we are sad inside. That's the world we live in. And when you use discernment, which we all have, and you can pick up that data, you see past the mask. That's why you want to train discernment and see patterns, not just logic patterns, visual patterns, but emotional, somatic patterns. It's the whole system. Yeah. Good, so many of you. Many of you. NYX, you watched my life for more than 100 minutes. Thank you. Thank you for your support, NYX. Okay. So here's the thing. If you start to feel like you have brain fog, you can't see what's ahead of it, the unexplained panic, depression, or anxiety, pay attention. That was me. Okay. I was this close. Close to spending a lot of money on external solutions to figure out why I felt off, why I felt depressed. I'm an optimistic person my whole life. I read a book when I was 9 years old, something to do with happiness, called Happiness something. But anyways, that book taught me to always orient toward a positive outcome, so I don't spend energy on negative outcomes. So I've always been energy efficient toward positive outcomes. But that one expansion, I was just depressed. For the first time in my life, I thought I was depressed. I couldn't figure out why. No relevance to my reality, why any reason. 2 pieces of data, and I want to share it with you, just in case you are there, and if you're spending a lot of money. I'm just saying, don't stop things that working for you. Don't stop doing it, but this might help you get unstuck if you're stuck somewhere in expansion. 2 pieces of data I was looping on. Okay, I kept having these loops. First piece of data, I felt like I had the urge to uproot myself, move to another city. No explanation. Panic. Why would I want to move to another city? My career, my connections, my base is here. What? Second piece of data that I was looping on. Just couldn't stop thinking about. I spent so much energy looping on them, try to resolve them. Second piece of data, by end of the year, it's specific time. Okay, and it was October when I realized that, geez, this is not going away. Because the first week it happened, I thought, okay, this is just temporary. 1 week turned into 1 month, 1 month turned into 3 months. It started to affect my work performance. I'm in engineering. So if I can't think straight, my performance goes down, and I would get a negative performance review. And, but we all know performance reviews are not really about performance. I know because once I was promoted into management, when I saw the system, how performance isn't really about performance, that was a awakening. Okay, so anyways, I started to panic, and before I was this close to going to psychics. I was Googling past life regression because I was down the Dolores Cannon rabbit hole. I thought it might help explain some stuff. I wanted to talk to like priests, rabbis, any like religious, spiritual people, energy healers. Maybe someone would know why I was feeling that way. My friends thought I just needed to see a therapist. They thought that you're in high stress job, just take a vacation, go to a therapist, get some stuff to control, help with stress, right? I was like, no, it doesn't feel like that. It. So before I did that, I was this close. I'll tell a friend. I'll tell a friend. This one friend I was very close with, and I told her, hey, I have to share this with you. I'm in like panic mode. I don't know what to do. I'm very close to seeking external solutions. I told her two things that I was looping on. I don't know why, but I kept thinking about these two things. One, I have to uproot myself and leave the city. I don't know where. Why would I do that? I'm like in panic mode. Why am I having these thoughts? Second, by end of the year, what's happening at the end of the year? And she said, I was very surprised by her response. She said, these are my feelings. I am preparing to move out of the city, like leaving by end of the year. I never told anyone. How did you know? Like she was becoming suspicious of me, right? Like I was like invading her private thoughts. But as soon as she said that, the bubble of like smoke that I felt like I was in because I couldn't see bursted. I could breathe again. I felt light again. I felt like I could move again. What I realized was that I was picking up her emotional patterns, her emotional data, and I've been spending a lot of energy looping, trying to resolve, understand why I was feeling like, how do I anyways, she's a lawyer, I'm an engineer, both of us logical, okay? She's private, she doesn't gossip, doesn't dump her emotions because she's a lawyer, private client information, she's a very private person. So I asked myself, I have to make sense of this. There's got to be, I'm not reading her thoughts. Maybe it felt like telepathy, but I have to make sense of this. So I started looking at the feedback loop I've been having with her. This is what I noticed. Thought about noticing, pattern recognition. She, before end of the year, okay, she started organizing these outings, meetings with the friends. So we have like a calendar, social calendar. And we would go to visit all these places in the city, like tourists, like all these places that we went to were touristy places. Like when you live in the city, you don't go to touristy places. We go to local places. So I thought that was odd. And then she would pick restaurants that she liked, right? Oh, let's go to my favorite restaurant here. Oh, I love this place. And I'm so happy that you're all here with me. I have all these memories that I can keep with me. I'm going to remember this. So now I'm like, tourist? leaving, right? Taurus, this is like not forever, right? We'll leave at some point. Memories. She's creating memories. As in saying goodbye. Goodbye, Taurus, goodbye. And then I noticed that giving me goosebumps just talking about this. The calendar, our social calendar stops at like New Year's, okay? Nothing for next year. So that's when I made the connection. Probably that's how I make sense of it, that, oh, she's saying goodbye. Someone is saying goodbye, okay? Goodbye, Taurus, right? Goodbye, end of the year. So I've been looping on that data, but I thought they were my own. They were my own feelings. They were my data. No, it was hers. If I had known, if she had told me that she was like preparing to move away from the city by end of the year, I wouldn't have been looping like that. So guess what? I tripped over that for 3 months. I was so scared. I was so scared. For the first time, I felt I was like depressed. And I felt like energy just wasn't moving inside me. It felt like a block, like blocked inside. As soon as I realized I was spending all my energy processing data, emotional data that wasn't mine, other people's, my energy came back immediately. So if you're tripping over in expansion, you have this unexplained panic, depression, just pause and ask yourself, is this my feelings, or am I picking up other people's emotions? Especially if you have deep conversations with people, or not just that. You walk by someone, you enter a room, and you can feel the emotions. You can pick it up and absorb it, especially in expansion, because you're like a sponge. You're absorbing everything because you think everything is important, because you're learning about your next version, right? So you think everything is important, everything has meaning. So just pause. So ever since that, every time I felt panic or unexplained anxiety, like there's no connections to my reality. Like, why would I want to move? No connections, just release it. Stop feeding energy, okay, to it. If it's meaningful, if it's yours, it will come back, just like patterns. If it's meaningful to you, it will come back, but you have to release it first. Let it go. Stop thinking about it, stop feeding it, stop looping on it. But if you hold on to it, it will drain your energy. Yeah. It's called attribution. It's the stage I call attribution. It's in my growth cycle map, if you're interested in that. I summarize all of that into, your system overheating. That's what it is. Overheating, because you're absorbing all this data. Overheating, overloaded. You have to be careful if you're going down rabbit holes. You're learning a lot. Okay, you're absorbing a lot. You got to refuel. Eat, rest, learn, have fun, right? Have fun. Play. So important that you play and enjoy it. This is the fun part. Empath, yes. Oh, so what did you do? You are making my ADHD. What did I do? J Montana, what did I do with what? Sorry, I'm just catching up on the messages now. You work for yourself with animals. This is the last year in business after 11. Yes, time to move on. Mickey, okay, good for you. You know an end is coming and you're closing that loop. Business of 11 years? Tanner Marshall, welcome back. Thanks so much for all the roses. Malaya 420, thank you for the hearts. So many of you came back. Jill, did you wake up? Thanks for the heart. Are you still here, Jill? Rubber Duck Love, welcome. Energy, Gaia, so many of you. Taste, Scarlet, James Walls, thanks for all the filling up all the. Thanks for making my goals, everyone. That is so amazing. Yeah, yeah. So before you seek external solutions and you're panicking unexplained, pause. And I'm going to give you an analogy that hopefully can help you think through this before you continue panic. Compression, expansion. Okay, compression, expansion. Depression, deflation. Okay, excitement. Okay, this side is excitement. When you are expanding, okay, you have energy, you're excited. Here's state changes. Okay, state change where you're changing from compression to expansion. Here's when you're excited, you're never really like, oh, I'm really excited, but I have no energy, right? You're always excited and you have energy. Okay, here's why. You are excited because you have energy to pump it. Okay, to pump it, you have fuel to take off. Okay, you have energy. Your energy didn't come from excitement. Your energy is already there. You already have that energy. That's why you're in the state of excitement. Now on the other side, compression, depression, deflated. You have no energy. That's why you're deflated. Not the other way around. You don't lose energy because you feel depressed, because you are deflated. No, you're losing energy. You've lost energy. Okay, so if you look at the loops, okay, your energy level is about energy management. Look at your energy level. Look at the loops. What is draining you? If you start from those loops that are draining you, like you put in your energy attention, but nothing's generated, no meaning, no energy feeding back to you, it's draining you. Over time, you become depressed because when you lose energy, your system, the state of your system goes into depression. When you have energy, you feel pumped. Your system state goes into excitement, expansion mode. Yeah. So when I was in expansion, I felt depressed. I felt like energy. I had no energy, not moving. Okay, deflated. Okay, because my system was spending all of the energy in the background, processing, digesting, metabolizing, trying to metabolize emotional data that wasn't mine. Yeah, spending energy. That's it. Spending. And I didn't know why. I thought it was important for me to think about moving away by end of the year. How do I resolve that loop? How do I solve that problem? Okay, I'm a problem solver. You're a problem solver. You want to resolve loops. But here's the thing, not every loop should be resolved. Some loops are not ours. Just let it go. They're just draining out energy. You need that energy for expansion to rocket ship the fuel to move toward that version of you. Okay, energy. No energy, no expansion. No energy, AI doesn't grow. Lots of energy. Jill, you woke up. Jill, good morning to you. Night Owl, welcome back. Oh, different Night Owl. Chris says, yeah, I'm pinning that message. Exactly. Okay, exactly. I just pinned that message. Depression is effect, not cause. Think of depression as compression. Okay, you're being squeezed. You're being squeezed. Energy, spending a lot of energy. Okay, that's why sometimes you're in compression. It can feel like depression because you have no energy, burned out, no energy. You feel depressed. Think about that. And don't just trust me on it. Don't take my word for it. Next time you experience depression, compression, look at your energy. Cut out those loops and see if you feel a difference. And come back and let me know. Test it for yourself. Don't just take my words for it. Okay? I know it wasn't that important to think about anymore, but my mind was already gone. Christine, 777, good morning. Oh, okay, so 1 second. DJ Jazzy asked, all your friend did and said was saying she was going to leave without words you picked up. Yeah, I think you can say that. Yeah, she said it through actions. She didn't say, I'm moving out of the city by end of the year. She didn't say that to me, to anyone. She said it was a secret. She said it was a secret. She didn't say it to anyone. But through her actions, that's how she turned her thought into actions, right? And I picked up the actions. I saw the patterns, but in the background, here's the thing, in the background processing, I picked it up and I started looping on those patterns, on those loops, because I thought they were my own. Yep, that's it. Yep, that's it. Send you back. Welcome back. What do I do? Yeah, that's the question. People ask, what do I do? Here's a few things for those who joined me late in this session. Make sure you follow me so you can start this experience, this tour from the beginning together as a group. Many of us, the group is already like end of this, okay? But come back as many times as you need to. But here's the thing. Also sign up for my emails, okay? So we're very close to pattern recognition. It's the important part. To close the loops is so important that we do. What you do in expansion, okay, is that you have to stabilize. Number one, stabilize means cut out the noise. The exercise that we did, the breathing at the door, okay, shrugging, okay, of the shoulder, do that. Simple stuff. Cut out the noise so you can start seeing and hearing, picking up the signal, the real signal your system needs. Those are patterns. Those are patterns, the signals that you need to see and hear, patterns. Why? I'm about to go into that now. And it's important. If we don't see patterns, we're just going, but not actually knowing how. So here it is in expansion, pattern recognition. How do you see a pattern? Oh, so those of you who resonate with number 8, noticing patterns, synchronicities, 1111, repeating words, dreams, deja vu, memory. I'll go into that now. What is a pattern? How do you see patterns? Number 1. Okay. How do you see pattern? When first time you notice something, okay? First time you notice something, that's one data point. Second time you notice something, it's a repeat. Okay, it's a repeat. Although some call it like a coincidence. If you use the math geometry, okay? If you like geometry, two dots in space make a line. Okay, it's not random. A line is a connection. Okay, it's a repeat. That's all you need to remember. It's a repeat. Okay, the third time you see something, you notice 3 points. Okay, do you see what my hand is making? My hand's making the shape I'm making. 3 points make a shape, the triangle. Okay, in space. It's a pattern. That is a pattern. 2 dots make a line. Okay, that is an edge of a shape. So when you see something 3 times, that's a pattern. Triangle is the most foundational shape, geometry in space. You can approximate any object, any shape using triangles. It's called triangulation. 3, the significance of 3. Okay, now you know how to see a pattern. If it happens 3 times, they say good news happen in 3s. Okay, the significance of the number 3. Yep. So now if you see patterns, okay, if you see patterns, words, why your brain starts to highlight what's important for you to pay attention to, because these aren't just random stuff. They are keys. They are keys to unlock your memories. Your memories, which you already have, they are information, they're compressed information that your system is asking you to retrieve. It's memory retrieval. Okay, you have to. That's why deja vu, when you experience a deja vu, is unexplained searching for memories. Like this feels familiar. Like I've been here before. I saw this before. I experienced this before. Deja vu. You're reaching into your memory, dreams, dream data. You access dream data in your sleep. That's subconscious. Your subconscious is reaching into the really deep part of the archive, your archive. You know how when you archive things in your garage, storage, closet deep, and you have to go in and dig them out? Dream data. Special, very special data. So these are keys. When you see them, just pause. People ask, what does 1111 like mean? What I'm seeing repeating patterns. Well, you know what? Instead of looking up, asking other people what it means, here's how you find out the meaning. These are not angel numbers that you go and look up. Maybe it helps sometimes, okay? But this is your system. Numbers that you see repeatedly have meaning in your system, and you have to connect the dot. How you connect the dots is by reaching into your memories. Okay, your memories. 1111 can mean one thing to other people, but in your system, it means something. And how do you know? You pause. As soon as you notice, not hours later, maybe sometimes it can come back, but right around the time you see the words, okay, a phrase, pause. Just let your brain, let it flow. There's a thought floating. There's a feeling, not just logic, visual, but like feeling that rises up. Okay, is that an image, a story? And it's coherent because every time you think of that, you see that number, that repeating thing, that story would pop up. Okay, that's accessing your memories. That's it. Meditate on that. Yep. Yep. That's all you need to do. You don't have to solve anything. You just need to allow access to your memories. That's all. That's it. Access to that memories. Now, why your system needs that data? How people are predicting the future? Historians using history to predict what happens next. Okay, apply this at the world scale. Okay, look at history. People always say, look at history. Okay, history repeats. There's information there in the past, in history, that people use to predict the future. Your system, it's the same mechanism. You have all the data, memories that's relevant for you, stored. To access them, how do you know what's important? These repeating things that keep coming back. Your brain says pay attention. So you pay attention, you use them as keys to unlock your memories. That's it. Unlock, and then let your system access it. That's it. Unlock, your system will do the rest. Especially when you sleep. That's why sleep is important. It's when your system does the heaviest processing of the data, retrieving, processing. That's when your brain runs simulations of viable paths from where you are, point A, to where you're going, point B, the next version of you. That version with the increased capacity and increased potential. Okay, not just any possible paths, but the viable paths, the paths that your entire system can survive. Okay? If your rocket ship spends energy running simulations, plotting trajectories to another galaxy, okay, when your spacecraft can't even leave the orbit of the Earth and is plotting trajectories, spending energy, plotting paths to another galaxies, like you can't even leave Earth. Why are you spending energy on trajectories to galaxies? It's like, gotta stop that. You need to redirect that energy, okay, from going to galaxies to, going to the moon first. Let's go to the moon first, then to Mars, right? That's why it's important for you to see patterns, because your system, your brain, processing unit, okay, heart, GPS, navigation system, need the patterns, need to access memories from your system so it can recalculate, recompute the path, the trajectories to your next version. So if you have reached pattern recognition, okay, there's 2 other steps that I'm going to summarize really fast now. But if you're interested in that, they're in my growth cycle map. Yeah, if you get the map, doing live, okay, you get 2 weeks of email support from me. Directly, you can email me anything, which stage you're in, how you move next. Oh, and you get this background, okay, this background, uncluttered, okay, this right here, growth cycle, and this, and the names of the stages, so you can just look at it and meditate, contemplate where you are, okay, without the noise there. Anyways, doing life while I'm live. I'll be here probably for another 30 minutes. We'll be done soon. And I'll answer questions. You can come up and ask me questions if you want. So 2 other stages, okay? Super important. This is where you have to stabilize your system. If you don't stabilize right here, you can risk falling back into your old patterns. Okay? You can risk falling back into your old patterns, your old loops. So you have to stabilize. How? You have to form that routine, whatever routine it is, the loops, the patterns, you have to repeat them consistently. Okay, what's aligned with you? Okay, what's aligned with you? And it should feel like things are lining up. It should feel comfortable. It should feel natural. It should feel coherent for you to do them, and should be easy. Okay, it should be natural. Like you shouldn't. Well, you do need to stay consistent. But if your body says no, you're not. It's not alignment. Okay, your brain says no, it's not alignment. The brain, the heart, needs to agree. Okay, and the body, work with the body as one unit, one system to move efficiently in space. Navigate reality as one system efficiently. Stabilize. Do the breathing exercise we did at the door. I have all of this information in the map. Okay, so now what's after stabilization? You have to integrate everything that you've learned. Okay, in expansion. Integrate. 3 words. And I'm going to type this into the chat. Learn, create, share. And I'm pinning this. Learn, create, share. Okay. Why is it important? When you learn, when you absorb all this information, okay, you start forming the next version of you. You start to see that potential increase, okay? You want to convert that thought energy, not just in your head, because you absorbed all this information now, okay? You want to convert that into reality. If it only exists inside your head, it's just fantasy. And it's fine, it's totally fine, it's neither good or bad. We all need an escape, the world inside our head, right? But if it stays as fantasy, you will always be reaching. You want recognition for the version that you're becoming. If no one sees, okay, your potential, you will continue to reach for recognition. You will continue to ask, why am I not recognized? I have this potential. How come no one can see it? See me? Well, because it needs to be outside of your head. Right? So thought energy into matter. Thought to matter. Thought to matter. Through actions. Build it with your hands. Build it. Write that book that you've always wanted to write. Build that app. Build that website. Start that business. Learn to dance again. Like, learn a new skill. Right? Build something. Make it solid, functional, utility, so other people can use, can benefit from it. Okay? Share. Right? Learn, create, share. Sharing is important here. Create that account. Block all your friends. Create an account. Go live. Post. They don't need to know. Your friends don't need to know. Okay? It's for you. You express. You have to express because the energy inside of you, you feel it, that potential. You keep asking. Okay? I know I have that potential. How come no one can see it? Well, people don't see it, don't recognize it because it exists in your head, inside of you. So when you get it outside, build something, create something, that's how other people can witness you, can see you, can recognize you through the things that you build and create. And it will help others, benefit others. You know, when they use your stuff. One of the engineers that I coached, she went through a breakup like her fiance broke up with her. So she went through compression, okay? She got a new job. That's how she was trying to get over it, change job. In her expansion, she told me she wanted to build a dating app. A dating app, a better dating app to help other people, to help others find love. Another engineer lost his job. Pattern interruption, lost his job, compression. Started looking for another job. Got it. But well, before the period between getting the next job and no job, he started building a better LinkedIn website. Okay. Better networking website thing for others to find jobs. Because LinkedIn, not as good as we want it to be. Let's put it this way. So whatever that you do, create, express, share, put it back into the circulation, put it into the distribution system. Okay, so it can circulate, it can go to other things, systems, okay, circulation. What you put out comes back, what goes around comes around, because this is a closed system. It's not woo. If you believe in systems, if you see it as systems thinking, okay, remember, like the snow globe, okay, the snows like circulate inside, the fish in a bowl swims in circles, the blood in your body, in your system circulates. What goes around comes around inside a system. Reality is a system. Start thinking in systems. You start to see things you can't unsee. You start to see what people call the matrix, less of a prison, a cage, and more as a structure, an architecture that you can see the paths, how things move, how you can navigate. Dress for Impact, welcome back. Self-made 888, thanks for the gift, Shawnee. Welcome back, Shawnee. Yeah. What happens once you make it to 8? Ollie, what happens when you make it to 8? Well, we talked about what happens when you make it to 8. This is expansion. Okay, so when you make it to patterns, you start seeing patterns, your brain starts to simulate. It has new information now because these patterns, they're keys to access your memories. Once you use the keys, okay, here, dreams, words, deja vus, repeating numbers. Once you use those keys to unlock your memories, your brain has access to information, your data, historical data, your data, to recompute new trajectories from where you are, point A to point B, where are you going, your next version. Okay? So every step of the way, you are increasing capacity of your system, mental, emotional, physical, computing unit, GPS system, emotions, okay, vessel, the container, the spacecraft, your car. So stabilize, stabilize, stabilize. Many of you have many times come to very close to success or something good happen in your life. You just go back, okay? Not reaching it, okay? You want to reach it? Start with your nervous system. Train it, increase its capacity, recalibrate so it can hold love, success, whatever the things that you want to become, that version of you. That's it. If you forget everything I mentioned here, remember, train your nervous system. I summarize all of this in my map. If you want to start training, you're not stuck. That's the thing. You can move right now, today, tomorrow morning. Start the training. They don't teach us this. They don't teach this to us in school. Institutions don't, because we become free thinkers. Free thinkers, okay? Anyways, if you reach pattern recognition, start seeing patterns, synchronicities, okay? You now know how to see patterns and why patterns are important for you. Next, you stabilize, you integrate, and then when you embody everything you learned, you become your next version. This version, what happens here, okay, the end of this cycle is the beginning of a new cycle. This version now becomes the new stable version, the new baseline. Okay, so guess what? You start looping like stability, same loop, same pattern, same relationships, same feelings, same situation, same conversation. You're back in plateau. This is stage 1 of the cycle, plateau. Things start to feel boring again. And then what? You give permission to receive. That's when life starts sending you changes. For those of you who sacrificed your own growth, okay, so other people can grow, you're here, don't worry, you will get more opportunities. You get the pattern interruption here in stage 2, see it as a punishment or opportunity. Then guess what? You see your next version. The cycle, the growth begins. Voila, you completed the cycle. Okay, hopefully, few things. You've found where you are. Let me see if I can do a poll here. I want to do a poll here. Okay. Let's do this poll first. Did you find the stage you're in? Okay. One says yes, one says no. Oh. Nishabu. Did you join halfway? Oh, 3 said yes. Awesome. Jilly B, Jill, yes. Peanut. Peanut the dog. Okay. All right. We'll continue to vote. It goes on for a few minutes. And when will you sleep? I slept like 8 hours earlier today, last night. Oh, is that a question for me? I don't know. I'm just answering questions now. Okay. So, few things. If you've gone through this cycle with me already, for those who just joined, make sure you follow me so we can come back and start this tour from the beginning. This is a group tour, group experience. Okay, all of us are going through this together. Your experience, your support in the chat, in the comments, help others feel less alone, less crazy. Any of these experiences up here, they are normal. Okay, as you grow through, all of us, if it feels familiar, it's because you've survived this before. You survived this. Yeah, and you can survive it again. Here, if you know where you are, you know what comes next. You increase the capacity of your nervous system, you can move to the next stage. It's non-negotiable that you increase your capacity, because that's what growth means. You stress test your system, increase capacity, because your potential, in order to meet your potential, you have to meet it by increasing. Increasing what though? Capacity, whatever it is, mentally, emotionally, and physically, as one unit. When you do that, you move. Okay, you can do it today, do it now. You're not stuck. You are not stuck. So you're panicking about something, anxious, trust your system. Okay, okay. So 3 things you can do from here. 3 things. First, breathe and shrug. Okay, shrug. Breathe and shrug. You can roll your shoulders. Okay, that's it. Repeat. Calm your system so your brain can think, your heart can feel, your body can move. Think, feel, do. Okay, so you're not stuck, you can move. Okay. Second thing you can do, yes, that's why eat good and sleep. Yep, yep. Oh, Scots, thanks so much. Welcome back, Scots. I switched time schedule, Scott. That's why you haven't seen me for the past like week or two, because I switched to earlier time zone. Well, second thing you can do from here, okay? The second thing you can do from here, if you're interested in going deeper into the 12 stages of this growth cycle, this original material that I developed through training other engineers, people work in high pressure environment, okay? Check it out in my bio link. How you access my bio link, top left corner, you see my profile photo, tap on that, and then the screen pops up. Here's another photo of mine. Tap on that photo of mine, and now you're at the my bio page. There's the store link right there. Tap on that. But there you can get my map. Okay, if you get it during while I'm live, I'll be here for another maybe 10-15 minutes. You get 2 weeks of email support from me directly. You can ask me any questions where you are in the stage, how to move next. And right now you can get a pretty background like this one, minus the clutter, just the growth cycle, and the name of the stages. On top of that, you've got the 12 stages in the map, the prompts that walk you through to remember your growth pattern. Yeah, your growth pattern, so you can move faster. Okay, time. If you have the time, yeah, then just calibrate your nervous system. You'll move. But if you want to move faster, your growth pattern, I'll have dedicated growth pattern reading sessions. Yeah, live sessions. For those who have my map. Yeah, for those who have my map, we'll get invites to those growth pattern readings. I've only just started this a few weeks ago. So once I settle, I will start scheduling those events. Also sign up for my email list. Sign up for my email list. I'll be sending out once a month patterns that other people miss. You want to know your patterns? Want to have patterns? I'll be sending out patterns that help you fuel your growth. Yeah, you have to give me consent to send you these emails. Systems, okay, respect consent. The map also has all the exercises that I talked about and more. Discernment training, pattern recognition, stabilization, calm your system, grounding. I didn't talk about grounding. I want to talk about grounding. That's what I wanted to talk about. Grounding. And then the third thing, oh, follow me. The third thing is follow me and sign up for my email. Yeah, that's it. You can sign up for my email. Okay. Let's see. Let me catch up on the messages. Then I'll take one or two requests to ask me this question, and I want to start a new poll about. Let's see. I want to ask. Which do you feel most? Yes, that's the one I want to ask. Which do you feel most? So top left corner, okay, there's a poll. Select the one that you feel most. Right here, top left corner, right? I think the poll is right there. Can you really heal in a place that, that moves out fast. Can you really, Leia, can you really heal in a place that you were hurt? I will, let me talk about healing, hurt or repair. Okay. Think of healing as your system going back into a state that is regulated, okay, where your energy is spent, okay, balanced, okay, where you're not leaking energy. So when you experience hurt, when you feel pain, like thinking about something from the past, you're hurt about something. Let's say someone says something hurtful to you, someone did something hurtful to you. Okay, talking about emotional. Physical pain is a different story. I'm not a therapist. Okay, remember, this is not therapy. This is structural reading, pattern recognition, discernment, system thinking. So we're looking at this from a non-religious, non-spiritual aspect. You can apply this structure, okay, in your life. If you want to use this with your spiritual development, you can, because this is structural. Okay, if you want to apply this to your religious belief, you can, because this is structural. But I am only focusing on the structure. Think of hurt. Somebody said something to hurt you, okay? Anytime they do something to you, they destabilize your system. They said a comment about you that gets a reaction that triggers you. They're destabilizing you. You're wobbling like a spacecraft, like you're spinning, you're spiraling. Okay, so what you want to do is you want to stabilize it. First of all, energy spent thinking about what that person did, okay, or said to you. Okay, I'm not saying don't think about it, ignore it, or pretend it didn't happen. That's not what I said. But you have to think about, is that comment, is that action helping you move forward toward your next version? Because if it's not, if let's say you just keep looping in the past, that energy that you spend looping, thinking about that, is keeping you over here. It's not pushing you toward that. However, if you can turn that energy, okay, redirect it toward your future self, like you learn something from that, you adjust, you tweak your patterns, you start moving. And that's what you want. You're not broken, okay? If you feel hurt, you're not broken. your system is just spiraling. Like, you just need to stabilize it. That's all. Stabilize it. Energy management. Hmm? Eris, you're in between all these numbers. Yeah, well, you can because these cycles can be nested. Make sure you follow me so you can start the tour with together. This group tour. This is a group experience. When you think of an axis with all of what you're talking about, what do you think the meaning is? P7 and 3QZ. When you think of an axis with all of what you're talking about, well, if you're talking about axis polarity, as in discernment, like two things on an axis, like two dots on connected with one line, is the degree of difference. So love and hate, okay, they're on the same axis. Compassion, passion, right? Passion can go both ways, love or hate. Temperature, hot or cold, connected was the axis, temperature, right? Fast, slow, one axis, speed. It's how close they are from each other. Okay. Scott, you've been through a lot. Scott, you've been through a lot. You've been through many of these cycles, and every time you go through this, it becomes intense, more intense, because your system has been adjusting, has been increasing in capacity to hold more intensity, more struggle, more challenge, bigger challenge, more hurt, more pain. Here's the thing, when you start thinking about your patterns, the here, pattern interruptions, the things that interrupted your life, when your life had those turning points, those big changes in your life, those aren't just changes. They form a pattern, a theme in your life. Yes, your life has a theme, and how you problem solve it. Thanks for saying that, Scott, bringing that up. Now I remember how Madonna, okay, Madonna, the singer, reinvented herself. That's her way of growing through, problem solve. When every time she her style, okay, got boring again. That's reinvention. Okay, how someone moved to a new city. Okay, that's her way, their way of solving their problems. Everyone, that's the thing. Our growth patterns are unique. It's personal to us. It's neither right or wrong, good or bad, just like making decisions. That's why we can't judge each other, because our data, our memories, our systems are different. You don't know their story, and they don't know your story. Thanks for bringing that up, Scott. About to go to work loop? Malaya. Where are you, Malaya? So it's 5:54 a.m. Pacific time. I'm here in California, USA. Where are you all from? I would love to know, because this stream has been pushed to many different countries. In the beginning, it was only pushing it to US viewers, but I see many international viewers. Let me know country or time, local time for you. Sin, come back as many times as you want. Catch me. Dress for impact. You remember your ex 9 years ago. when you were in love. Oh, pattern recognition. Savor those memories. Dress for impact. Savor those memories. Okay? They're yours. They're your data. Spirit, when I'm nervous, my breathing stops. Me too. Me too. You want to hear a story? So I work in an opens. One job I work in an open like space. You know, all the engineers in open space, one spot, computers, we're sitting right next to each other. And my teammate next to me, it was a new job. I just started like maybe 2 weeks in. My teammate asked, one day he asked, he was like, do you hear that? He turned to me, he said, do you hear that? I'm like, hear what? He said, like a noise. Like, I was like, it's an open office. There are a lot of noises going on. I'm like, no. I don't hear anything. So I went back to like solving focus mode. And then a few minutes later, he turned around to me and he was like, again, I heard it just now. Do you hear it? I said, no, what noise? No, I don't hear it. There are many people talking and like the AC, the air conditioning is going on. No, I don't know what you're talking about. In fact, I was like, see, too stressed, whatever. I was like, maybe you want to go take a walk, go take a walk. So he was all like confused, like, because he thought he was crazy for hearing those noises. So anyways, I was in another meeting, set up, co-working space with another coworker, okay? And my teammate in the corner said, oh, hey, do you hear that? I was like, hear what? Like this noise, like it's very high pitch. It's very faint. So you can't really hear it. And it's not consistent, is it? It's like, no, no. So then I went back, just focused back. But then that was the second time I noticed someone, a different teammate, said a high-pitched noise, right? So now second, 2 times is a connection. So that second teammate, I could see on his face that, oh shit, like, am I crazy, like, for hearing this? So anyways, I started thinking, I was like, wait, that's 2 times this happened. Like 2 different people ask me if I hear this high-pitched noise. So then I started focusing on it, like, just like doing my thing. And then I heard it. I heard this high-pitched noise. I paused. I was like, I heard it. And then I realized it was my breathing. Oh my goodness. It was me. I was making that noise. Guys, I was making that noise because I stopped breathing so what happens, like, when I'm like intense focus, stress, tension, pressure, I stop breathing and I make this noise, like the release of the breathing, like, oh my goodness. When I noticed that, I was like, you know what? Yeah, crazy, right? Quan Chini, right? And all this time, I thought my teammates were crazy and they thought they were crazy for hearing that. And as soon as I realized, all it took was noticing that 2 teammates, different teammates, said the same thing to me. So I started like paying attention, and then it happened again. I registered. Yeah, the breathing. I wasn't breathing, and I'm still learning and practicing breathing. I'm still learning and growing through this cycle many times with all of you, all of us growing. I'm not ahead. of any of you. We're just in different stages. Okay, I'm just sharing this with you because you guys sharing, okay, you already know this, you survived this many times. That's why it's familiar to you. This is not new information. You already know it. I just put this in visually, names that you can relate to, so we can talk about it, resonate, learn and grow together. Yeah, it was me, Quanina. Wow, I was mind blown. Mind. Whew, I still remember their faces. They're like, you don't hear it? And they start thinking maybe they were crazy. Like, geez. God, the high pitch in the ears. I started hearing more ringing in my ears throughout as I increasing capacity. Like, I don't know if there's like a real pattern to it yet, but I'm noticing. I'm noticing the ringing. Yeah, it's all of them. All of them. I noticed the same thing. hmm With this app, I also follow other creators, and I follow to receive specifically notifications. No, it's the app, the system, the app buggy. That's all. And the, I don't know if they know it's broken. That's the thing. I don't know if they know. Twenty 26. Tony, make sure you follow. Please follow me right now so we can start this group tour from the beginning. Yeah, and check out the live guide. It's the first pin post on my account. Sign up for my email list. Link in my bio. It's been so fun. I miss you guys. I miss this time slot. I really do. When I first started going live, after I overcame my fear of going live 1 month ago, my preferred time is like between 1 a.m. and 5 a.m. Pacific time. Yeah. And this time zone, so I'm seeing so many of you like came back because I switched time zone after that for like a week or two. And yeah, I really enjoy this time zone. But it's late for me. It's late at night. Shawnee, you just signed up, Shawnee. So for those of you who signed up for the email list, in the email, you should have like received a background. Okay, this background image with the names of the stages and the three what to do, what to do. And if you get my map, okay, you get an other background, this background, but uncluttered. So you can use it to like focus on your stages and the names of the stages. Jill, do we all have a different way of integrating and stabilizing our energy? Yes, everyone is different. There is a there is a structure we can follow, okay, but how we integrate it is unique to us. It's part of our growth pattern. Integration, it's how we express ourselves is different. We have different ways of expressing ourselves, so we also have different ways of integrating, stabilizing. But there's like core things that we all share. It's all of them. Thank you. Scott. Yes, when Scott can tell is more intense when you go up in the cycles. Okay, yeah. So when you come back, okay, when you repeat the cycle, okay, you now have increased capacity because your nervous system has been increasing in capacity. That's how you meet the potential of your next version. So now right over here, you're starting with increased capacity. So you're at the next octave. Okay. That's how what growing is. More intense, more capacity, greater struggle and challenges. But you can overcome it. You did. That's why you're here now. You've done it many, many times. Thanks for all the follows and all of the gifts. 73,000 likes. Wow. I'm here in California, USA. We are live international. Where are you from? Yeah, Shawnee, you can use that background on your phone as you follow. You can look at it. Next time you come back to my live stream, you can follow it. Oh, thanks, Jill. You're my cheerleader. Oh, I'm also looking for moderators. I am at a point where I need moderators to help moderate the comment section. Lady Writer, Central Coast, California. Yes, we're in the same state, same time zone. We are live international. You are in Rovaniemi, Finland. Welcome, Finland. Yes, I have viewers from Finland. Claudie, New York. Good morning. Okay, so it seems like many of you are looping. Just looping. Oh, expansion and seeing patterns. That's most of you. Most of you in expansion and seeing patterns. Enjoy, have fun. This is like the exciting part. Okay. The only thing that you might hung up on, okay, it stopped me for 3 months. I was in panic mode, scary times for 3 months. And that story that I shared, emotional, data overloaded, overheated, just make sure while you play and learn and absorb, pause, ask, is this data mine? Okay, use discernment. Filter out the data that's not yours. We see a lot of data now. We see data from the internet, on our apps, on our phone, at work. We overhear things, and not all the data is good for us. Oh, here's the thing about AI. Since I've been talking about AI as an example, they ran out of data to train AI like 2 years ago. Okay, they use all the human data, okay, books, internet web pages. They use all of it to train the AI, and they ran out of that data, human data, to train AI. So guess what? if you don't have new data to train the AI doesn't continue to improve, grow. It's the language model. So they started having AIs generating data. Yeah, AI generated data. And they train the AI using AI generated data. Guess what? AI generated data is not human data. It's synthetic data. Is it based on human? Yes, but it's not as authentic, as real as human data. And AI is not always right. So when your system starts to recursively loop on data, that's not human, that's not as organic. That data will lose emotional intensity. Well, it starts to steer off away from being human, you know? So we have to be careful what we're digesting. Information. What are we digesting? We can digest human organic data much easier than synthetic AI generated data, right? That's why you always know, well, at least now, you can still tell when something is generated by AI. It's just off. You can feel it. That's your discernment. Yeah, we all have discernment. We're all born with discernment, pattern recognition. Discernment is the pre-skill of pattern recognition. We all have it. Just train it. If you want it faster, if you want to recognize something faster, you just have to train it. Yes, Scott, exactly. Be careful with AI because it hallucinates. That's the word. Hallucination. Not real. AI is doing it. JM from UK. What time and day are you going live again? I'm thinking about going live again 8 hours from now. I'm going to get off this live stream really soon. I'm going to eat and I'm going to sleep. Rest. Okay, go to rest so my brain, my system can access that dream data that I need because I'm also in expansion. That's where I see myself. I just came out of silence. I would say literally just a few months ago. Yeah, I'm in expansion. That's how I see myself. I'm starting to see patterns. Well, we always see patterns, but see more, especially in expansion. It's the exciting part. And for those who are in compression, don't worry. Don't you worry, okay? You will get through this. Increase capacity of your system. You can do it now. You can train it. Come back to my live again. Listen as many times as you need to. Okay, if you have my map, okay, I'll have dedicated growth pattern reading sessions that you can join and learn about remembering your growth pattern so we can move faster. Okay, but don't worry, once you get through this, you will enter expansion mode. Purette, what if someone is everything at once, at the same time from each step? Well, here's the thing, Purette. There is a dominant, okay, let me start again, Purette. One of these cycles, let me give you an example. you have a relationship with someone, you're in compression with them. You feel the pressure. You feel the pressure to make a decision with that relationship. Let's say someone gave you an ultimatum to do something. Okay, you're in compression and you have to make a choice. Okay, you're at work. Work gave you a promotion and now you're in expansion mode because you're learning and growing. Okay, you can be in a situation where you're looping, where there's no growth, you're not learning anything. Okay, you're part of a club, friends group, where you guys do exactly the same thing over and over and over again, but like nothing really learning. Maybe another relationship. You're there, you're just looping. You're texting them, they're not texting you back. You're doing all these nice things for them, they're not. You're sacrificing yourself, your own growth, so other people can grow. So you're looping here, and don't you worry. Life will keep sending you opportunities here. Okay, but right now you have others to take care of. They're dependent on you looping, surviving, supporting them. Honor, duty, form of expression. Nelly, it says you followed me while previewing my live stream. That's such awesome feedback. Jill, thanks for sharing my life with your friends. What happened, Jill? Uh-oh. Be careful with AI. Some of the references. Yep, yep, that's what yep. Surely, you attract star seeds and light beings. Why are you helping us? I don't know. Are you talking to me, Shawnee? Is that question for me? I don't know if that's questions for me. Elisa Monet, welcome back. Yes, seeing so many of you. Are you waking up? Is US is waking up right now. They should offer AIH and AIS with us so we could read each other answers. Thanks for all the follows. Oh, it's afternoon for you, JM. Go Vista. Go Vista. You asked me another question earlier and I couldn't remember it, but it was computer related. You made a comment. Something about computer. Do you remember? Oh, it was something about function. A function is a function that you put. Do you remember Go Vista? Go Vista Esfumato? You asked me another questions in another stream. I remember because I have photographic memories. Now I'm just trying to retrieve that memory now. Something about function and process. Lisa, 8 a.m. in Memphis. Good morning to you, Alisa. Oh, that was last night? Oh, this glowing, this is a microphone. It's noise canceling. Ah, you asked stages were like functions. They are. Yes, that's a good connection to make there. It does feel like. Let me think about that. Go Vista. I want to start another poll. That would be the last poll of this session. I'll make it run for 3 minutes. Okay. What interrupted your loop? That's the poll. 3 minutes. So top left, I think the poll is right over here. So tap on that. Select one of the options you want. What interrupted your loop? Pirat, thank you for your compliment. Pirat. Jill, human age synthetic types of AI for AI. The one they're offering now is C combined. Oh. Yeah. Oh yes, you mentioned like a recall function. Yes, that's exactly what you said. Yeah. Yeah, it's like the the go-to, okay? The go because you can loop back here. These are state changes. Okay. What is a pole? Oh, a pole. A pole. Did I say pole? Jules? A pole. Okay. Up here, there's a survey, if you call it. A breakup, heartbreak, job change, grief, moving to a new place, retirement, met someone special. She sees, welcome back. Welcome back, she sees. Good morning to you. Shawnee, accusations and being demeaned by my boss. That sucks. Shawnee. Shawnee, okay? You start noticing. Start noticing. Because at some point, you have to make a decision. You're in compression. You're entering compression now. If you're feeling that pressure, okay, and if you keep taking it and taking it and taking it, at some point, your body will make that decision for you. Okay. Many of you experience an interruption that's not part of the list. Wow, I'm so curious to know what those interruptions were. I thought I covered the main ones. Wow. You know what? I'll do maybe one last one. I'll do one last one. Okay, it would be for fun, just to see. Okay. So when you are in pattern recognition, you're seeing trajectories. right? Your brain use the patterns to unlock information in your memory and use that information to simulate trajectories. Sometimes it feels like you can see the future. Okay, why? Because it's a pattern. You start seeing things coming toward you. And here's the thing, when you see something that you like, great. But if you see something that's scary, that's when, even if you tell other people what it is, they won't understand, because only those who can see with you understand what you're saying, know what you're saying. Others who don't see it, they would think you're crazy. And here's the thing, they don't have to believe you. They don't have to believe you. Scott, thanks for the roses. Tawny, thanks for the heart. It's all of them. Thanks for the heart. Sarut, feel good. Thank you. Shawnee, oh. You can have a sad smile, not just a happy one. What is a sad smile? Peanut. I would love to know what a sad smile is. A sad smile. It's like an oxymoron. It's like a paradox. A smile that is sad. Yes, natural. If you always have deja vu, okay, if you're having deja vus, you you're pausing and remembering. It's like nostalgia, but also you're trying to remember something. It's like something feels familiar to you, like you've been there, you've done that. It like it happened before, like it's like you lived it before. It's your memories. It's your system asking you, go to reach in for that memory, because your system needs the information. That compressed data in your archive is deep. It's very deep there. So you're trying to think, you can't access it, because in conscious, when we're conscious, aware, in waking awareness, we focus on these short-term memories that we can access. You sleep. If you experience deja vu a lot, rest. Get into that dream state, deep sleep. That's when you start accessing the like the really deep buried memories that you need. I like what you said, Scott. It is like a puzzle. Everyone has different pieces. Malaya 420, people already think I'm crazy. Well, you know what, Malaya? Every one of us is going through this. Every one of us is in one of these stages. You know what? You can use the map, okay? If you have my map, you can use the map. Number one, help yourself. Find where you are. Number one, you got to help yourself first. Okay. Number two, help others, your friends and families. Find where they are, help them, see where they're stuck. so they can move forward. Help them reduce their panic. Once they know where they are, they know what's next. Okay? Or share my live stream with them. Have them listen to me. But you can help them. You know, if you're at the point where you're ready to help others, help others. The world needs more of us to help reduce panic, because we need people who, first of all, when you're calm, you can think, feel, do, build. Okay? The systems we've been in, it can't hold the stability for us anymore. So we need people who are here and they know they have the potential, but they just need that little bit of help so they could move forward. So they know, they recognize that they're not just here in their head. Their potential is real. But sometimes you see this, we're not taught to how to move through it, how to reach our next potential version. Because we're taught to memorize. Like this right here, okay? At some point, like you might be memorizing this now, but most of this that you're doing is using your somatic memory, your emotional patterns, your entire system to feel it. That's why when we walk through this, you are remembering, you're feeling. And when it becomes part of your system, you're no longer memorizing it. You're literally like feeling it. It's just like how you feel when something is about to happen. You know when something is about to happen. It's that feeling, that knowing. You're not crazy. No. Just because others don't understand. No. The grin and bear it smile. You're very familiar with this, Jill. Oh, Peanut. Oh, Peanut. I just pinned your message. Oof. Yeah, especially when you're grieving. Yeah, especially with grief. Putting on a front. Yep. Many of you can tell when someone is sad, even when they smile. Yes, Scott. We came in different time, so we can help push forward, help push others forward, and those who arrived later, not because they're late, but just different timing, different parts of the process we need to continue, and they need our help, Scott. Those of you who've been through this, we don't stop growing after we physically stop. Okay, we continue to grow. 20s, 30s, 40s, 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s, hundreds. We don't stop. No. And those with more experience, more knowledge, okay, when you're ready, step forward, help others, which you're doing in the comment sections. When you show support for others, you're helping others feel less alone. because this process is not easy. Even in expansion, you can trip over it. Dress for Impact, thanks for sharing my live stream. We're Aquarius. Mm. Well, that we just made that to I really miss going live during these hours. I really do. It's like it just feels really natural, aligned. I'm like a night owl. I'm a night owl. So this hours are in doing Pacific time is like my time. Okay, well, I'm going to rest and then you will be able to catch me again. I would say maybe 8 to 9 hours from now. I'll probably sleep for like 6 hours and then eat breakfast, take care of things. I'm gonna go and rest. All of you, good morning, good afternoon to Europe. I think it's afternoon for you, and good morning, USA. Had so much fun. I had so much fun tonight. This is what I how I got started with most of you in this time zone right here 3 weeks ago, 4 weeks ago. Your support got me through this. I'm now here because of you. I missed this so much. I like the early evening crowd too, but it's like a different energy. It's a different energy. And also during the day, also a different energy. During the day is fast, fast, fast. But this one is like, it's got the like US crowd and the international crowd, European international. It's like a mixed. During the day for me, it's like fast. You know how like Americans really gotta hustle, we gotta run, gotta move fast, fast, fast. And then nighttime earlier, it was like slower, slower. This one is like perfect speed. Yeah. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you so much for all of your gifts, all of your support, all the tapping that you've been doing. Wow. I got 334 new follows, 85 concurrent viewers right now. Wow. Well, catch me again. Come back as many times as you need to. Okay? And as you go back into your real world, okay? You're not broken, you're not malfunctioning, you're just updating. There's nothing to fix. You don't have to do anything drastic. Just notice. That's all. Just notice. And once you start noticing, just like how I started to notice when from the feedback my two coworkers were giving me, I was aware and I noticed, and then I saw. That's it. And then your system start to adjust. It takes time, but it will adjust. I'm still learning how to breathe, but at least I'm breathing. Yeah, nothing to fix. Nothing to fix. It's just your system. Your system will stabilize. Hmm? Can we make it to 100? I think we're only like 2K taps. We completed the cycle. We closed the loop. For those of you who joined, yes, there are many of you who joined like 5 hours ago, who have sat through this for that long. There's 92 of you here, but there, I know there's many of you who sat through this together as a group for 5 hours. Isn't that amazing? Just for impact. Thanks for the heart and the rose. Bridget, you notice all this. Shawnee, how can we learn more about systems? That's a great question. How I learned about system was I learned about systems from a 90-year-old gentleman. Okay? Just because I mentioned 90 doesn't mean he's like, I mean, he's the most coherent, sharp, the mind, like fast. The way he moves, like he knows how to use technologies that I don't. He, so, anyways, yeah, so he mentioned systems thinking, system engineering, because he learned that I was an engineer, so he was in engineering. He's a math guy. And he, as soon as he mentioned system engineering to me, I started Googling cybernetic, second order cybernetic. Okay, second order. I looked that up, Googled. That was one of the rabbit holes that I went down. Second order cybernetic. Cybernetics, missing S there. But yeah, you got me. Thank you, everyone. 100K reached. It's so good to close the loop, right? Humans, we love closing the loops. You just close the loops here with me. For those of you who joined halfway, okay, come back. We'll start the tour from the beginning. Okay, start the tour from the beginning, and you'll be able to close this loop. All you need is just one cycle, one tour with me. Scott, have you been? Are you familiar, Scott? Are you familiar with "Secret is the feeling"? Start from the end. The wish fulfilled. Next week to 1 million likes. I wish, Purad. I don't know when I would get there, but it would be a goal. Yeah, it would be. Hi, Laura. When I don't understand any of these signs. Sparkling Wisconsin, welcome back. Good morning. Remember, breathe and shrug. Breathe and shrug. Okay? Shrug. Breathe and shrug. That's it. That's all you need. Roll if you want to roll. I'll see you soon. Catch my next live.